The chairman is in the house.
Okay. Let's open it up and take it from the top. Senate Bill 408 relative to health insurance coverage for prosthesis. This is 408. So we didn't have any amendments to this, right? We're all set with 408?
Right here.
Right? Was there another amendment?
That's the first one.
April 14th, right?
1505.
1505. This is the amendment for 408. I believe this was, we all got it yesterday. Yesterday, yeah. And the key words in this let me go find my notes. Okay, here we go. What are we doing with, that's for later today?
That's for later.
Oh, okay.
I got them all stacked up.
You're trying to
I got them all over.
distract me. Okay. So the key word was on line 15, that insurance companies can still use utilization management. So in terms of how they create, what is it, guardrails. And so that's in terms of, and it's just limited to one extra, and so they can't have multiple sport activities. So
Are we comfortable with the cost?
In terms of the cost, yeah, did we get that email sent out?
Yeah,
Okay, and what was the cost?
up to
I did not read my
$4.50
emails
at the
last night.
top.
What's that?
$4.50 at the top with per member per month.
$4?
That's the maximum, and $1.15 or $1.50, I don't
$1.15 is the
remember,
minimum. Right,
at the
so-
low end.
at the low end.
And at the high end, it's $4.50.
And that's with the 5-year average built into it.
That's the cost per year.
Per,
You know,
yeah,
when you take
that's
out
the cost per year, but the number is, it's spread out over 5 years, so that's why they got you. They did
the-
get to the close to the $1, if assuming that.
No, that's
minimal
not what
people
it
take
says.
Okay, what does it say?
They have a much bigger number if you add the whole 5 years together. If you don't add the whole 5 years together, the piece that's per member per month
Right,
is $4.50 or $4 and change.
at most it's $4.
At most,
At
and
most.
$1.50. So I just
And
want to make
dollar-
sure we know what that number is
Right,
Per month.
per month,
Per
per
month.
member.
per member.
So if a four-member family is going to pay $20. Well,
At
16 bucks.
worst.
At worst.
At worst.
That's all. I just want you to know that.
Okay,
Mr.
all
Chairman.
right. Is it, yeah, Representative Miles?
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that only about 30% of all of the patients who have prosthetics, only up to about 30% will even want an additional activity prosthetic. So just to put it in perspective.
This number was based on only a 10% usability rate, not a 30%. So it's
You're
even
right.
lower.
It was a range. It was 10 to 30. I was using the top number.
Blanket. Okay, any other comments? So I just got corrected that we did have a different one. This is different. 1505 is different than yesterday because the word blanket was removed.
Yeah, we had 1489.
No blankets for prosthetics. Okay, who would like to make a motion? Representative Miles.
I'd like to move OTP A, or are we doing amendment first or?
We do the amendment
Okay.
first
Move auto pass on the amendment.
on the amendment number 1505. And is that second? Okay. Any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post, Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert, Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear, Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi, Representative Butler,
Representative Simpson, yes.
Simpson, yes. And the chair, Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I
6,
think
7.
we have all 18 of us here.
Yep, 18.
18 zip. Okay, the motion is now, Representative Miles moves ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh, Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear, Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Representative Sampson,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18 zip.
Okay, motion carries. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, So moved unanimously. Okay. Next up, Senate Bill 482, establishing consumer protections for digital access transition kiosks. Representative Ammon has just distributed an amendment,
1526.
and Representative Ammon, second by Representative Patusek, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Representative Ammon is recognized to speak to his motion.
Amendment is,
1526H.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to amendment number 1526H, and this is the work product of our subcommittee work session yesterday. The differences are we deleted section V, which, let me give you the full section here. So 358U:3, Roman numeral 5 was deleted, and that was an inflation adjustment that it just wasn't practical, so that came out. And then at the suggestion of Representative Spear, we removed 358U:4. Let's see, it was section, Roman numeral 1, subsection, I don't know how you reference all these things, but subsection C, lowercase c. And that referenced the licensing idea. I just want to speak to the process of this amendment and give credit to Michael Padmore of AARP, who was instrumental, I think back in November. We had, you arranged the first meeting. And at that meeting was the Attorney General's office, the New Hampshire Banking Department, I think former FBI agents. One of the company's counsel was there. I can't remember all who was there, Manchester PD. And so that started the conversation on this legislation. And ARP, it has identified a real issue with this, where there's unsuspecting people who aren't familiar with this technology, who are, being tricked by evil scammers. And so this bill is a compromise. This bill as amended is a compromise on all those conversations. And one important thing that the ARP is doing is education. The ARP had an event at St. Anselm's College, I want to say in December or January, I don't recall. And it was all about educating older folk on this issue to not fall into this trap where someone is pressure scamming them. So education is a huge piece of this that isn't in legislation. So I just want to bring that up. One other thing I'd like to say is this is the Commerce Department, or the Commerce Committee, and our job is to facilitate commerce. We represent our constituents. Our constituents don't exist in an island. They exist, their economic value is in a larger economy. So Nashua constituency and New Boston constituency don't exist in an island. So what we're trying to do is find a way to help the free market flourish with appropriate guardrails. And I think this bill finds the right balance.
Okay, any other questions? Yep, Representative Walsh.
Thank you. Representative Ammon, do you feel, obviously, I guess you feel 72 hours is long enough. Are there any other states that have 72 hours? Is that the norm, or?
So I distributed a state-by-state comparison. I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it memorized, but it's at the lower end of the scale. But now nothing exists. So this is a starting point. And just to be clear, let me just explain for maybe people who are new to the conversation. There was talk about regulating the first transaction and focusing on the first transaction. So what we did with this bill was create this new customer period. So you're a new customer from the time you're identified by your ID, and there's a 72-hour window where you're considered a new customer. And that's where the guardrails are put on that new customer period. And any transaction up to a total of $3,000, that's your maximum. Any transaction, you can get a refund for any reason. And there's other consumer notifications in the bill. There's receipts and tracking of each transaction so that you have all the details that you need including the number to call the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Office with that information so that you can report having been scammed. So
Representative Sullivan?
Well, thank you, Representative Ammon, and I respect your work that you've done on this, but I have to say, sort of like I voiced yesterday, I'm not really comfortable with this amendment as it is, because I think what we should have done is started with the Senate bill and whatever issues we had, maybe made adjustments there versus this replace all. I'm particularly concerned of taking away the right of action from an individual. So if somebody is actually breaking a law or there is some sort of violation going on, I, as an individual or as an individual in the state, wouldn't be allowed to go after it, that only the Attorney General would, which I think would be pretty unlikely because we're talking about things of $2,000, $3,000. It seems unlikely that Attorney General would spend resources to do that. So I feel like that's a failure in this amendment. I also don't like, I also think that the 2 hours is too short of a window. I think 72 hours is just not enough time for people who are dealing with a demented family member who maybe is going to be taken advantage. I shared my story with my father, who is going through that and has been, I've sort of shown up when somebody was trying to scam him. If it had been 72 hours, I mean, nobody's checking the bank statements of people every 72 hours, like that. I think it's just not enough time to catch this, to be able to sort of right the wrong. And I think from what I can tell, and I think just logic, somebody who is trying to learn about crypto and dabble, they're going to put a few $100s in and they're okay paying a 20% fee or whatever it is. It's 20 to 30%, I think. I think anybody who's going into the thousands or tens of thousands, which is what these scams are often doing, I think those are not sophisticated investors. Those are people who are likely, I think logic suggests likely being scammed. I think I'm not saying 100% of the time, but I think it's a reasonable assumption to assume that people who want to invest in crypto are not going to pay a 20% fee because that's going to eat into their returns. They're going to go to the online portals that are 1 or 2%. And so I think the majority of these large transactions are likely scams, and I don't think this bill does enough to prevent those. So I appreciate your work. I respect you as a legislator, and I just want you to understand my thinking of why I'm not going to support this amendment.
Okay, I would just want to clear that the Attorney General office will absolutely prosecute, especially knowing the 72-hour window is there, that they'll actually, I'm sure they'll put theirs in the front end of the burner, but the private right of action, I mean, assumes that the person has enough money to hire a lawyer. So if they've just been scammed, I'm not sure they're gonna.
No, and that's a fair point. I'm just saying taking away that is just a tool we've taken away unnecessarily, in my opinion.
just to respond to some of that. So you're on the subcommittee that dealt with this bill. No, you're not, but you were here for.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was here.
Okay. So, the suggestions that you have made that I was able to hear have made it into this copy of the bill. So if you withheld anything that you're, stating now, it's kind of too late in the process of, this particular amendment.
No, and I appreciate when you added the bit about the $3,000 not being, like, it's total, not just per transaction. Like, that was an improvement, but, as I dug into this more, and I wasn't on the subcommittee, that amendment came out one day. I had like my initial reaction that day when we talked about the $3,000 thing, and then yesterday was it, so.
Okay,
I respect the difference of opinion. I no argument.
Representative Spear.
I really appreciate you took out the paragraph that I wanted you to take out. But like you said, we are doing the best we can for our constituents. And this committee represents a very small part of our constituents. So in an effort to get this to the floor, where it can be debated by all of the representatives of all of the constituents, I'd like to do that. And the only way I've got to do that is to vote no.
But yesterday you said the opposite. You said,
I know,
so you changed.
that's the way I am.
Okay, is there?
If you hadn't reminded me that we represented our constituents, I might not have said anything.
I was responding to what you said
I know.
yesterday. So I don't know what.
I think it's got to go to the floor.
All
Well,
right.
it's going to go to the floor either way. I mean,
If everybody voted for it, it would go on the consent calendar.
Uh, well, you have the right to say, no, you don't want it on the consent calendar. You have that individual right to say no to going to the
We
consent
do
calendar.
that?
Yeah,
I didn't never saw us do
yeah,
that.
but remember I said it has to be unanimous. It's unanimous. So, okay. Representative Selvin.
Thank you. Thanks, Aman, for putting all those amendments, but I still keep my stance that this particular amendment, those amendments are really not protecting the gullible people who basically going to get scammed, and the amount of money they are going to lose is lot. These amendments are basically protecting the ATM owners than more to the people who are basically being victim of scams. So I definitely will not support this. Thank you.
And Representative Burrows.
Thanks. Just a quick comment. Chairman Hunt, I think you said that the AG would put this at the front burner if there was.
If they got a call that there was a scam going on, knowing the 72-hour clock is ticking, they would absolutely.
Okay, because I heard Brandon from the AG's office say something different, which was that they don't have the resources to do this.
I thought that was the other bill, but maybe.
I think it was this one.
I thought it was the other bill that he didn't have the resources. So. Okay, play the tape. Play the tape. He wasn't even here. Right. You watched the tape, right? You watched the tape, right? Okay. Yes.
I have a process question. So right now we have nothing. This offers some level of protection. Everyone is saying we want more. I understand that, but this is a beginning. If we don't pass it or we interim study it, we're just delaying having something.
Yeah, I think
as a
they're hoping
guardrail.
just that the Senate version would pass. I think that's what they're
Yes.
hoping for.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd like to speak. So, but if I'd like to be the last one to speak. So if you want something, I'd like to have the last word.
I appreciate the work that the Senate did, but I feel it's going to chase the whole industry out of the state, which I think is some factions have that intention. So I can't support the Senate bill, although I appreciate the work that went into it. So.
Okay, so having the last word. I obviously I do agree with the concept that we need to have something. We need to get the ball rolling on this issue, but when I was sitting there this morning taking my shower and saying it seems like we're going after the process, the means to which these scandals occur, and not going and because there's not the nature of these machines are not a scandal. And so it's sort of like saying, well, we should get rid of gift cards because that was the scandal. Actually, the first thought that came to my mind was those airmail Nigerian letters that I used to get back in the old days. Okay, and somehow and I remember having a constituent called and said thought it was very serious. This letter, thought it was real. This guy was doing it. And I said, no, that's junk. To roll it up and throw it out. Okay, and then so are we going to go after the gift cards because that's a means of method? Well, let's go after how I got scammed just 2 weeks ago, which was it was an invitation from my brother, and it had my brother's name on it, and said and I duly typed in my password like an idiot, and sure enough, a week later, it turns out that somebody else had logged into my account and embedded something in it that made all my emails go off to somewhere else in the world. Who knows what they did with it? And then they were sending out notices to people. They had all your emails. All right, and you probably might have been lucky enough to get one of these invites from me, right? So are we going to ban computers? Right? Are we going to be how far are we going to go when this is the method? It's about the methodology that this is how they got us and how they're doing it is they're using just another piece of technology, and so we can't necessarily blame the kiosk machines for it. It's obviously the inappropriate people. I was going to use a different word who do this, and So I think that at least let's get this on the books. Let's see how it works. And yes, I do have all my years of being on this committee. I've always prided myself to be, I wanted to outdo Delaware and South Dakota when it came to banking. And I want to, when it comes to crypto, I want to be the state that is the best state to be in the crypto business. So in that sense, I'm not ready to get too crazy with this legislation.
I could be convinced either way, but I want it to go to the floor.
It will go to the floor no matter what.
I'm going to vote no because I need to make sure it
No,
goes to the
no,
floor.
even if you vote, even if.
I don't care.
You have the assurances of all these other people who are already going to vote no anyway, so you know this is good. No. I'm just saying that when it goes to consent calendar, it's going to the floor no matter what. Okay. Having said all that, the question is ought to pass on the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Ammon?
Yes.
Representative Post?
Yes.
Representative Porcelli?
Yes.
Representative Walsh? Representative Thaxton?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows?
No.
Representative Herbert?
No.
Representative Meckleer?
No.
Representative Spear?
No.
Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Charasia?
No.
Representative Salvi?
No.
Representative Sampson?
No.
Very partisan divide.
Yes, this will be the first time we've had a partisan bill out of this committee in how many years? I don't know,
9-8, the amendment passes.
Okay,
9-8,
9-8 is
the amendment.
you can't be right.
Oh, and Chairman Hunt.
15 people.
Yes.
It's gotta be 10-8.
10-8, because I never called Chairman Hunt.
It's 10-8. You forgot to call me. It's okay. I'm easily forgotten. Okay. All right. The motion now is ought to pass as amended, moved by Representative Ammon and seconded by Representative Patusek. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Ammon?
Yes.
Representative Post?
Yes.
Representative Porcelli?
Yes.
Representative Walsh? Representative Thaxton?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows?
No.
Representative Herbert?
No.
Representative Meckleer?
No.
Representative Spear?
No.
Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Charasia?
No.
Representative Salvi?
No.
Representative Sampson?
No.
Chairman Hunt?
Yes.
10-8.
Okay. Needless to say, this will be on the regular calendar. And who would like to write the minority report? Jared. All right. Okay.
What's the minority motion?
And the minority motion is ought to pass on the bill.
What's the minority motion?
The motion will be ought to pass.
Minority
The
motion.
minority motion is ought to pass on the Senate version.
Without
The House, or the majority is ought to pass as amended. See, we just don't have this happen in our committee very often.
And who's making the minority report?
Okay, and Representative Sullivan will do the minority report. Okay, next up, Senate Bill 528, prohibiting receiving compensation for lobbying on behalf of a foreign adversary.
I got to say something about this.
I need a motion first.
No.
Yes.
You can make a motion. You want to make a
All
motion?
right, I'll make a motion. Interim study.
Okay,
On
Representative.
the amendment?
At this point, she's making a motion on the bill is interim study. So that is open to discussion. I assume you all got phone calls from lobbyists last night, like I did.
No.
Okay. Representative Walsh.
I thought that the amendment appeased all the issues.
No.
Okay,
The-
you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being confused a lot. I mean, no. I apologize for being confused a lot.
Hopefully I'm not confused.
It's been a long couple of days. I looked up, we had the amendment for one day, so I looked up a lot of things about how you can find out about the 20%. And it is very, very fuzzy. It's very fuzzy how that can happen. If it's a small company, the stock moves quickly. And my husband is a day trader, so I know what it's doing because he's yelling at me all the time, all day long, about how companies are going in and out. If it's a large company, then the stock is moving a little slower unless the amount of stock is small. When that happens, the 20% is fuzzy again. Now, you can go to the Secretary of State's office, the Federal Secretary of State's office, and get a list and get the information to tell you what percentage is owned by who, but it's only whenever they put out a stock report. And if it's getting fuzzy in the middle of that, you don't see it. And some companies like BAE Systems and Motorola, you're not going to see them on the list at all. You're not going to see that. So we need to do a little bit more work. The other thing I'm afraid of is, and that I mentioned, is that I kind of resent the idea that somebody thinks we need, as legislators, that we can't make up our own minds, that we need to have the Secretary of State stand in the middle of us and tell us, well, no, you can't vote for that guy, or you should, or he's going to get punished, when it should be us that's doing that, not the Secretary of State. And so I think I have a real problem with being babysat that way. And
Okay.
one last thing, which I mentioned to you before, I don't want to see this being used as a weapon.
The weapon.
If somebody wants, we've already seen a lobbyist attacked. If somebody wants to go after a lobbyist, and we count on lobbyists, then they can actually go to the Secretary of State and make a claim that's totally bogus and tie everything up. And we can't afford that.
Okay, well, so I guess that's not the way I perceive this bill to be about, this, and certainly this amendment. This amendment was about disclosure, and that making sure that we all know that when a lobbyist is coming in and approaching us, that we have full information exactly who the lobbyist is representing, and that if there was an issue of foreign involvement, and obviously the bill started out to pick several countries that we know just in 1 year that list changed, and so therefore I didn't think that was what we wanted when we had the first discussion, and that disclosure was the most important thing. And that's the purpose of this bill, is disclosure. It's not about punishment, it's about disclosure. And I understand that, you say, well, what's the penalties, what's the accountability? And that is written into the, already in 15-B or whatever the
Can you look up the
the RSA, if
Can we see
yes,
what
you
that
can look up
punishment
the
is?
penalty, yes. It was a misdemeanor, that's right, it was a misdemeanor for an individual and a felony if it's a corporation or non-person.
So what does a misdemeanor get?
A misdemeanor,
Oh, but a corporation could be like 3 people. I mean,
this bill is going to another committee so that they will sort out that penalty. I assume it's going to criminal justice. So.
do we,
So all I'm saying is that the issue was that yes, we have lots of lobbyists. They have a lot of clients, and we don't know. A, we want to make sure we know which client they're working on, but B is that they're being straightforward. The one issue that they seem to harp on was that they are often not in front of the legislature. They're in front of departments and agencies in which they're working on soliciting to purchase services. Okay, procuring new computers, maybe. Okay, and so in that case, that paragraph, I did delete that paragraph because I don't want to disarm the lobbyists from doing what they do, what their job is, and what they have here. I personally think they perform a very important service to us. And that, but at the same time, I wasn't going to start, creating a list that's revolving based on the moods of the federal government. And that would just simply say all foreign companies. And some of them might be Canadian and are just our good friends, but we actually we had a bill this year that one of those Canadian companies was considered one of the 4 bad boys when it came to propane delivery. Okay, so it's that everybody it was the attempt of this amendment was to be fair in terms of how we're going to implement it and be across equal.
So we vote on the motion. If the motion fails, we'll pass it.
Okay, there we go. Representative Sullivan.
Yesterday, Brandon talked to us about how there was going to be a burden on the AG's office because they don't.
Right, we took
So-
we took that paragraph out of it,
Okay.
and in the statute, in the 358A statute, the 350, it's just the same penalties as any,
Okay.
right, so in other words, we mirrored it what it's under the current law now for the lobbyists, so that it wouldn't, you can't claim anything new occurred because it's the same law that's already on the books in terms of penalties. Any other?
We're voting on IS now?
Right now, unless she wants to withdraw that motion.
Yes, right, yeah.
Okay, so Representative Spear and who seconded your motion? Must have been Representative Burrows. Okay, I just want you to know, I don't normally do this, I usually like to take things in the order that I like them to be in, but I was willing to cut you some slack on this one. Okay, so the motion is interim study. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek,
No.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
No.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert, Representative McLear,
Yes.
Representative Spear, Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Sulby, Representative Sampson,
It's Simpson, but
Simpson.
yes.
Chairman Hunt.
What have we got to vote here?
5. That's 12-5 right now.
No! No!
1, 2,
My name is on this amendment, I'm not gonna.
12-6.
Okay,
Motion
Okay.
passes.
okay, the motion of interims
For the
passes
motion.
12-6.
Yeah.
Okay,
Regular?
and,
Oh, yeah. Good politicking, Kerry.
okay, so, interim study. Okay, so, 12-6, all right, so the motion was made by Spear. They seem to leave this on the regular calendar. And is there going to be a minority report? Yes, I guess I will write the minority report.
That's right, you're the minority on this one.
And your motion will be OTP.
Interesting.
And my motion will be ought to pass with amendment. Okay. See, this is unusual executive session, isn't it now? You made the motion. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're. Okay. Senate Bill 548, relative to health carrier provider contract standards. Let's see, where are we at with this one?
There an amendment?
Is it? Okay, so we're still with the amendment we had before from yesterday? Okay, okay, which, that it takes out the section of the bill, section 2 of the bill was how the companies or how they're gonna deal with, what they can write. in terms of the contractual dispute that's going on. And in this case, we're just simply saying the department will generate through rulemaking what that letter should say. And if you might remember in the hearing, I suggested it's much like when you get those form letter and saying that you didn't make your payment, that your health policy is about to be canceled. So it'll be the same kind of nature that what the letter said, but it'll be a little more detailed than non-payment. Okay, so I will move to pass on amendment number 1484. And Representative Petusek will second it. Any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McLear,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay. Okay. And all those in favor of putting on the consent calendar, please say aye. Oh, you know what? We haven't done ought to pass as amended. What am I thinking? Okay, motion Representative Hunt moves and Representative Petusek moves ought to pass as amended. Is the question clear? Good. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh, Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McLear,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay, vote is 18-0. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, Senate Bill 610, requiring an opportunity for public comment prior to proposed long-term care rate increases under certain circumstances. Okay, so this amendment are we all set with this amendment, or did we make changes on this one? We're doing, yeah, I'm having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all set with this amendment, right? Okay. All right, who would like to make the motion? Somebody? Nobody cares? Okay, I move ought to pass, second by Representative Petusek. Ought to pass on the amendment of 1497. What this amendment is, it replaces the entire bill and just drops into the statute on long-term care some enabling legislation for the insurance department to offer up and work on alternative solutions to the long-term care policies. Any questions? Seeing none? The motion now is ought to pass on the amendment number 1497. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McLear,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi, Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay, the motion passes 18 to zip. The motion now is ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Post,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Representative Walsh, Representative Thaxton, Representative Miles,
Yes.
clerk says yes. Representative Burrows, Representative Herbert, Representative McClear,
Yes.
Representative Spear, Representative Sullivan, Representative Charasia,
Yes.
Representative Salvi, Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. All those in favor, the vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of putting 610 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Last but not least, Senate Bill 657, creating a study commission to oversee the use of artificial intelligence in the state. Representative Ammon. Second by Representative Patusek. Moves ought to pass on the amendment number.
1491H. 1491H.
1491. And Representative Ammon is recognized to speak to his motion.
So the amendment, has a title change. I'll read the title. The new title would be relative to the use of information technology and artificial intelligence systems by state agencies. So that would be the new title. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can help support a pro-innovation bill, an amendment. So
Ouch!
I think-
You don't have to go there.
I think I'm just ribbing. It's all in good fun. So this bill came to us from the Senate, and this is a replace all because it narrows the scope. The Senate had a commission that was very broad, and I don't know how if you're on that commission, you could get to the bottom of all those questions that it was tasked with. So we do have something called the IT Council in the state. It's a council that exists already in statute, and its whole job is to apply technology to the state government. And so we thought this would be a good place to put this idea. And some of the amendment is existing statute, but if you get down to page 1, line 25, it references there is a code of ethics already on the statute. It's RSA 5D. It's a department's code of ethics for artificial intelligence systems. And they need to safeguard the right of privacy guaranteed in Part 1, Article 2B of the state constitution. So there's a focus on privacy. Line 28, opportunities to improve government efficiency, transparency, and accountability through artificial intelligence. And 30, line 30, the effects of artificial intelligence on state workforce, including training needs and changes to employment patterns. So I'm certainly not going to read the whole bill, but that's the gist of it. It has a reporting requirement that ties in with an existing report that they already have to do. So it's a really nice fit with existing statute, and I think it puts it in the right place for making the state government more efficient, transparent, and accountable through artificial intelligence. So it's
Can
fun.
I ask a question? Just a
Yes.
short little question.
Representative Spear.
Who runs that committee?
It's a good question. Maeve, and I'm forgetting her last name. It's all on the website. If you
Are
go,
you on the committee?
I'm on the committee. That's right.
No, that's good, because
Yeah.
he runs very
right.
good committees.
That's where I got the idea. So
Right, that's how he said, by the way, most of the charges is something that is very similar to this commission. So since this governor's commission has already been created, why create another one? So what?
just
Just
if
run their task.
anybody on the public wants to find it, it's doit.nh.gov, and there's a link to IT Council. If you go there, you'll see the minutes and the members and all that. So
It
it's
really
very
is.
public.
Well, yeah, huh?
Yeah, there's lots of people on it. Yeah.
It's like the commission, which has got everybody and his brother on it. But most there are plenty of commissions which Dems are on. Okay. All right. So the motion is Representative M. Petuzek ought to pass on the amendment number 1491. Is the question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes?
Representative Ammon?
Yes.
Representative Post?
Yes.
Representative Porcelli?
Yes.
Representative Walsh? Representative Thaxton?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows? Representative Herbert? Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Spear? Representative Sullivan? Representative Charasia?
Yes.
Representative Salvi? Representative Simpson?
Yes.
Chairman Hunt?
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, it's Maeve Dion. She's an assistant professor of securities studies at UNH Law. That was the answer to your question. I'm sorry.
All right. I could say UNH must be a Democrat.
You didn't have to go there.
Was that an ouch? I just. I was referring to the public hearing that was held yesterday that seemed to get on party lines. Okay. The motion now for Representative Ammon, second by Representative Petuzek, moves ought to pass as amended. Is there a question clear? The clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Ammon?
Yes.
Representative Post?
Yes.
Representative Porcelli?
Yes.
Representative Walsh? Representative Thaxton?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative Herbert?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Spear?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan? Representative Charasia?
Yes.
Representative Salvi?
Yes.
Representative Simpson?
Yes.
Chairman Hunt?
Yes.
18-0.
Vote 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing 657 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed are moved unanimously, and the executive session is closed.
Do we have free time? No, we don't.
Yes.
He's never answered.
I think for the rest of the year, she's getting surgery on her wrist next week.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so one of. I'm sorry. I know. Good.
So I think
Okay, so we'll just talk to me and grab them. Okay.
Hope you enjoyed your
Thank you.
visit.
I did. Appreciate it. Thank you.
The rest of the bathroom really quick.
You too.
Yes. Wait, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, we do try to. Yeah, you're absolutely. We try to keep it on the lighter side. You know, we don't want to get too serious now. You don't get too serious. You know? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We take a bill that clearly was a partisan bill, and we've never had that. We haven't had one of those votes in, I can't even say how many years it's been since we've had a, normally we wouldn't get it that way. Okay, so we're hopelessly behind, so please take your seats or take it out in the hall. And when you go out in the hall, speak quietly because we're going to keep these doors open because it gets really hot in these committee room that has no windows. Good morning, Senator Prentice.
Good morning, Chair Hunt. Good to see you. It
Nice
does-
to see you.
It does get a little toasty in here.
Yes,
so.
it does. We make you sweat here.
Yeah, well, for more than one reason, but yeah, so it is atmospheric and in the work that we do. But thank you, members of House Commerce. Great to be before you today. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice. I'm the state senator from District 5, and I represent 15 communities, largely the Upper Valley, some Sullivan County, and one lovely town in Merrimack County, the town of New London. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 455. So this would direct the department, or does direct the Department of Health and Human Services to provide coverage for GLP-1 medications under the state Medicaid plan if medically necessary. And just to level set, when we talk about GLP-1s, this helps regulate blood sugar and appetite by mimicking a hormone that the body already makes. So it signals fullness, it slows digestion, and it helps manage insulin. And insulin is that key hormone we're talking about when that a GLP-1 can mimic. So why do we want to do this? In New Hampshire, the data is clear. 30% of adults have or are obese. Now, I'm looking at obesity as there's a medical definition for obesity. This is not, this is not vanity or cosmetic. This is medically connected. Over 65% are overweight or obese or on that trail, moving towards that. Nearly 100,000 Granite Staters are living and have lived with, and this is going to be key in this discussion, diabetes, with another 250,000 at risk with prediabetes. Okay, so these are not abstract numbers. They represent a growing public health challenge and are driving costs across our healthcare system. So right now, the cost to New Hampshire, before we talk about the costs of GLP-1s, let's talk about the cost to New Hampshire and the clinical impacts. So diabetes alone costs our state close to $1 billion annually, and it's driven largely by complications, not by prevention. Individuals with diabetes incur 2 to 3 times higher medical costs than those without. So we are already paying for this, but not from a prevention perspective, from the treatment and the long-term care perspective. So let's talk, when we talk about diabetes, there are other conditions that are related to or can be developed because somebody is diabetic. Losing a limb, an amputation costs $90,000. Chronic kidney disease can be a secondary and relational complication to diabetes. Cardiovascular disease, okay, so that's heart disease. These things all connect somewhere, and as we know, are very costly. So the clinical impact, what the GLP-1s do I've talked about actually what they do, but this is FDA approved. They're clinically proven to reduce body weight by 10 to 20%. They improve blood sugar control. Highly elevated levels of blood sugar cause damage in your bodies and are part of what bring about diabetes. Whether it's a little or it's a lot, there's a destructive pathway there. GLP-1 will reduce the risk and have been proven to reduce the risks of heart attack, stroke, cardiovascular death, cardiovascular disease, and cardiovascular death. These are evidence-based treatments for serious medical conditions, not elective therapies. I will share on a personal note, I am somebody, this bill and anything like it would not affect me, but I was talking with one of your committee members, and I just briefly will share my personal narrative where I was struggling with my weight, and surgery was I had my primary care physician say to me, "You're now a candidate for surgery," and I hadn't seen myself that way. It was that moment where it clicked in, so I had to start thinking and working with her on what my options were. And so after some time, I started on a GLP-1, and over the course of close to 2 years, have, lost weight and more physically fit. I feel so much better. But the most important thing is that my lab values, if you look at like where my blood sugar was trending, where my A1C was trending, where my kidney function was trending, was completely irregular. Okay. Before I had my hip replaced in September, which is an offshoot of all of this, my labs came back completely within normal limits. So I had made that pathway. So there's just a personal narrative to share that I've actually experienced what this can do and how it has impacted my health and saved me at this point from really, from diabetes. And I respect all those that have it and want to help prevent it and support treatment as we can. So we're going to, I know the department is going to come up and, well, I don't know if they're going to come up, but I believe that they will. And they'll talk about the financial costs of this. And they're looking, as we all are going to look at, what a GLP-1 costs. So there should be an updated fiscal note that looks at 27, 28, and 29. And there's some pretty big numbers. I'll be clear about that. But I also want to say and share with you that a single hospitalization for diabetes complications can exceed $20,000 to $40,000 in just one stay here in New Hampshire. Dialysis patients costs can reach $90,000 for a patient per year. So there, again, I'm looking at this trade-off and a shift in policy here. So those are downstream costs that we are currently absorbing. The impact for Medicaid, we know in Medicaid that we serve over 180,000 residents, many of whom are at high risk for obesity and managing multiple chronic conditions. Part of the role of Medicaid is to help people get health care, access to health care, get healthy, and bridge them to a place where they are, especially for those who aren't working, are able to work again and get on their employer's plan. So we're helping shift and cross that bridge. This bill ensures that the most at risk have access to clinically appropriate, medically necessary treatment. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a policy shift for us. So right now, our system often pays for the more expensive perspectives. My 94-year-old mother, I'm going to click and say, can I call you back later? Okay, I'm glad she knows how to use a cell phone. Emergency care, advanced complications, like I talked about, having to have an amputation, or long-term disability. So we're going to shift towards early intervention, chronic disease management, and better long-term outcomes. So as I close here today, I can't be clear enough that we're already paying for this long-term care at a scale and a great cost, that this bill allows us to begin addressing the root causes, to shift the costs in the other direction and get us to a place where we're actually saving money. We have healthier communities. More people can bridge into the workforce than the current state that we're at, and being reactive to this then from a prevention perspective. And I am aware, and I'm sure I imagine that they're going to speak on this, that the department does cover some of the conditions that I have outlined in terms of, conditions, but BMIs that are outlined in this bill that are specific to obesity. I am taking a belt and suspenders approach because they stopped covering some of this in 2026. And what I want to do is get this into a place where it's covered in statute so that it directs the state Medicaid plan amendment. It's covered in statute, and that's my plan. So I appreciate the opportunity to introduce this legislation. I'm happy to take any questions you have. If I don't have answers for them, as you know, I'm happy to collaborate with the committee and respond, bring back answers, and work with other stakeholders. So thank you very much.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Senator.
Good to see you.
This is just my curiosity. I noticed you kept looking at me when you were talking about obesity.
I
know,
know. You are a familiar face to me after being before your committee for years, so thank you.
I'm just joking. When I was a kid, I was always, I had to shop in the husky section, and my mom would say I was big bone. So, so back in the 90s, I don't know, I'm leading up to this question. Back in the 90s, there was something called Fen-Phen. Do you remember Fen-Phen? So it was a weight loss, it was a combination of two drugs. You remember that? And I was all excited about it because it was like a magic pill you could take. But I didn't do it. And then it came out, it caused all kinds of side effects, and they had to, I think the manufacturers got sued. So my question is, do we know what the side effects of GLP-1? I think they've been around for a while. And if you can't answer, maybe someone from behind you, but if we're paying for a drug for weight loss that may have side effects and maybe we don't know the long-term effects, is that a part of the consideration?
Thank you, Representative Ammon, for your question. Some of which I can speak to. Every medication that makes it to the market has some side effects. And we also know, and fen-phen is a perfect example of a medication that made it to the market, was out there, and then the side effects of it drove it in the other direction. The ones that we know of today have to do with, some people suffer from profound nausea. Some people, their digestive system slows so much that not only is constipation an issue, but they can actually potentially develop a blockage. I mean, there are some side effects that we know about that can be medically handled. Where it has cleared the FDA, and these have actually been in the background and being worked on for a long time, we know a lot more about it than I thought that we would at this point. So I don't think it comes without any risk as at any point, and we can turn a corner. Other medications that Medicaid and other health insurers have covered in the past have been in the same position. It's a great question. Thank you.
If you want to know any side effects, just watch the evening news and the commercials. Now, they talk very fast, but they will give you every side effect for every drug.
There was one for Ozempic this morning, and the whole commercial was side effects.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Spear.
Truth in advertising. Sorry. Thank you, Chair.
I had two questions. One of them is I saw online that Medicare is now, as of July, covering. Maybe that's not where I want to start. I've been taking GLP-1s now for almost a year, and when I first started, I had to pay out of pocket. If I paid the street price, it was $1,300. If I had insurance, it would have been $700. But then Lilly started a program at $500.
Coupons.
That you can't, and if you're 65 or over, you can't get them.
Bye.
Medicare won't let you have
That's
them.
right, that's right.
So now they've lowered the price again and it's $400. And Medicare has just come out with $250. That Medicare has negotiated a price of $250, and that's also the same for Medicaid. So if Medicaid has this $250 price, does that impact this fiscal note that we have here? Has that been considered?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So two things. One thing that you pointed out that I think is important to consider is that the market is changing every day.
Yeah.
And my limited medical experience is that some popular drugs that come out that are on the high side for price, as competition develops, it starts to push those prices down. So I just wanted to point that out. I would leave the question about the fiscal note to the department. Okay.
Okay, so the second question, there was a second question. In the Medicare coverage requirement by the government, they said, and for Medicaid, that the BMI has to be 35 plus in order to get the drug at this rate with no additional conditions required. So you're just doing it because you want to get your weight down. And in your bill, it says 30.
30. Correct.
A BMI of 30. So can we make a change like that?
I used a definition that was related to a medical obesity definition, and I consulted with a few different physicians, in particular one cardiologist, because I want to talk about cardiovascular disease. So we're aligning with that definition. It doesn't mean that we can't align with other definitions and other conditions within this legislation or future legislation, but that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Representative.
Representative Burrows.
Thanks. This is more of a would you believe. First of all, you look amazing.
Thank you.
And I'm really,
I feel so good.
I'm really jealous. But anyway, what I wanted to, this would you believe comment, I guess what concerns me, I'm in favor of the bill, but what concerns me is that we have a culture in this country, particularly with kids, of, kids don't go out and play anymore. They're sitting with their devices. They're getting overweight. They're not running around, and that has gone forward into young adulthood and beyond. So we're a couch potato country. So I guess all I'm saying is and maybe this is a thing between doctor and patient, but I'd really like to see more emphasis on getting fit before particularly kids pop a pill to lose the weight. But again, I do support the bill.
Thank you, Representative. And I would believe, and what I will offer is that before I went this route, because actually, surgery was offered to me first. Instead, I said, why don't we try some other pathways and see where we can get before I go to this route? The second thing is, I think we should have longer recesses, and I actually support that bill. Sorry, I do. I think that, and the third thing is, don't forget your group. This committee passed a really important bill for children. It was a group of children who suffered from limb loss so that they could be more active. And we had that insurance mandate review that looked at those diabetes numbers and some of the conditions that are born out of sedentary lifestyle. So thank you for bringing that up. And I would believe all of it.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Jackson.
So, and I support this bill. My understanding of how the mechanics of the situation as we are now, without your bill, and I'm going from my own experience, is if you pay for the, what are we calling them?
GLP-1s?
GLP-1s.
GLP-1s, yeah,
Okay.
GLP-1.
You pay for the GLP-1 out of your own pocket, and you now all of a sudden your numbers are in line, your A1C is nice and all of that. So now you're not sick anymore. So you're not going to qualify. So, and I had this conversation with my physician a year or so ago. I said, so if I stop taking this and paying for it and then I get sick, so if I purposefully let myself get sick, then I can get coverage. And I think that that's a absurdity in the way the system is set up right now. So I think this is really, if this passes and becomes law, I think it would be very helpful to people.
Right. but
Unless I missed something.
yes, this is only for people on Medicaid. It's not small group health insurance yet.
Well, we got to start
That's coming-
someplace.
That comes next year.
I mean, these people are still sick, and we still have all the accumulated social costs. So
Right.
The Medicaid one lets you go on maintenance. You don't have to ever come off of it.
yeah, well, I don't have that. But
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Okay. Having no more questions, thank you very much. Okay, we are short on time, so I urge everyone to really keep to the 2-3-minute rule. Hope Damon, in support of the bill.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members for hearing my testimony. For the record, I'm State Representative Hope Damon. I serve Sullivan District 8, which is half of Sullivan County. I am also a retired dietitian and diabetes educator, and I am always enthusiastic about advocating for quality care for that population of patients. I spent 43 years helping people take good care of themselves, including many patients with diabetes and/or obesity. The changes in medical knowledge and treatment options over that period are really quite phenomenal. When I started practicing in 1979, we didn't have very many tools in the toolbox. Now we have many. GLP-1s are far and away the most impactful for these two conditions, diabetes and obesity. They have truly changed the landscape of care because they are so much more effective pharmaceutical options than any previous or existing other medications. I want to acknowledge a reality that is often not stated, but is always present when you talk about obesity. As a society, we continue to be judgmental about body size. Despite decades of research leading the experts in the medical community to recognize obesity as a complex chronic disease with many hormonal, genetic, and other causes, it remains common for even the nicest people to assume that large people simply don't have control over their behaviors. I wish it were that simple and we could just wave a wand or educate and help people to make enough choices that they would become lean. That is not an accurate reality. It is a mistaken idea that all people could be fit and lean if they had more discipline. While personal choices certainly impact weight, medical science and my own decades of professional experience confirm that discipline alone will not allow every person to achieve a healthy weight. So, I'm asking each of you as you continue this hearing to attempt to set aside any judgment of an individual's body size as you evaluate the merits of this bill. We need to provide the same access to treatment for obesity as we do for any other medical diagnosis, and that access should not be limited by a person's economic status. I believe that doing anything less is discriminatory and unethical. GLPs are life-saving meds. They prevent expensive high-risk obesity and diabetes complications. The cost-effective care, when you look at the complications prevented, the surgeries not needed, and the reductions in other treatment costs, as noted by Senator Prentice, they become cost-effective even though they're costly. And I would ask you to acknowledge that the fiscal note is incomplete. Not only because the meds are becoming less expensive, and so I think inquiring about what cost factors were used in developing this analysis, but also because there's no measure there of the cost that Medicaid would not be paying for other treatments that would no longer be needed when the effectiveness of the GLPs are in place for those patients. I would also note that one of the challenges of our healthcare system is that we fail to look at medical care and costs of it over an individual's lifespan. We tend to look at the balance sheet of medical expenses and benefits for a finite period, like a year of insurance or Medicaid coverage. People change employment, they change insurance coverage, their circumstances change, and the cost savings may be reflected years later when the coverage is different. So it's not tracked within that one insurer system. Let's see, I'm going to skip a part here that Senator Prentice very effectively covered. I do want to note, and I don't certainly expect this to happen, but I think it's worth saying, we should actually be providing coverage for GLPs at BMIs lower than in the proposed bill, because we would prevent people from developing diabetes and other complications if we started this kind of treatment sooner. It doesn't make sense to me that patients who are overweight and medically at risk would not have access to these effective meds. I literally had patients ask me if they should gain weight in order to qualify for this kind of treatment. I mean, that's ridiculous, and obviously ethically I could not say, yes, you should do that. And at the same time, acknowledging that somebody might be 25 pounds away, and if they gain 20 pounds, then they qualify for treatment. I mean, that's crazy. Finally, I want to close with a patient profile that is representative of so many people who've struggled all their lives to manage weight and avoid adverse consequences. Interestingly, I received this email just a week ago from a former patient who I've not seen in probably 5 or 6 years. I'm going to call him Mr. Z. He works hard in a moderately physically active occupation. He's a fun-loving guy, he's a considerate man, and he has struggled with obesity for his entire life. He showed me pictures of him in childhood, 8, 9 years old, and he was certainly shopping in the Husky department and rolling up the cuffs. One of his hobbies is weightlifting. He endeavors to be physically active outside of his workplace. He worked hard. We had office visits regularly because one of the tools in the toolbox is accountability, and when people meet with a provider on a regular basis, they tend to stay on track with whatever their care plan is more consistently. And literally tried to use all the medications that he had access to, all the behavior modification, all the nutrition knowledge. He went from 360 pounds to 299 pounds. He's not a tall-statured man. That was still way too much weight. And he got stuck there. Despite being highly motivated and nutritionally well-informed, he simply was not able to lose further weight. He needed treatment of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, depression, and ultimately diabetes. He had a very significant family history of strokes. He lost his dad when his dad was 54 to a stroke, and he was terrified that he would be the next in line for that. GLPs were recommended. They were newer at that point, but they were not covered by his insurance and he simply couldn't afford to purchase them. I retired in 2022. Got this message from him last week. So fun to hear from somebody that you worked with over time. 2 years ago, he changed employment. He got better health insurance coverage. He was able to begin treatment with the GLP-1. He's down to his goal weight of 189. He's eliminated most of the medications for co-occurring conditions. He's exercising more vigorously because it's a lot easier to exercise more vigorously when you're not carrying all that extra weight. He has offset the cost of his GLP treatment by decreasing the other pharmaceutical costs, less frequent lab work, and much less risk of stroke, cardiovascular disease, kidney, et cetera, et cetera. It's one example, but it's not unique. So I respectfully urge the committee to support HB 455, and I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
I have to kind of, you spent a long time.
I'm sorry.
And
but not.
unless it's a really compelling, informative question, I would really wait if possible. We'll see
I
about
can be
that.
concise in my answer.
Okay. Representative Herbert.
Shouldn't the legislation that we end up passing take into account the problem that when people get better, they don't do it anymore, or they can't get it anymore? Is there some sort of technique whereby we can still fund at a maintenance level, even
Yes.
though when people are getting healthier?
Yes, thank you for the question, and I would reflect back Representative Thaxton's comment earlier. It isn't that somebody becomes not sick anymore. It's that their chronic condition becomes effectively treated. So if you could think of it the same way as treating high blood pressure, if the medication controls your high blood pressure and you stop taking the medication, the blood pressure goes back up. So you continue the treatment in order to continue it being a controlled condition. I'll stop.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Chair
you all
will
for
call
your time
on
and attention.
Dr. Jonathan Ballard from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services in opposition to the bill.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and committee members. My name is Jonathan Ballard. I work as the Chief Medical Officer at the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. Testify you today for Senate Bill 455, and the department is in opposition to this bill for several reasons. One, the current practice of the prescribing of GLP medications and covered by Medicaid does still continue to this date for all of those conditions listed in the bill: the diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, obstructive sleep apnea, cardiovascular disease, prediabetes, and the MASH syndrome. So the Medicaid programs covers GLP for these medications for these conditions. In addition, the Medicaid program still covers these medications for all children under ages of 21 years of age. So what this bill does is it changes for adults, mostly the expanded Medicaid population older than 21 years of age, for requiring coverage for BMI greater than 30. So that's for weight loss and obesity. It does not change anything from current practice. The administrative rules list non-covered services, and these are in HEW 530.05 currently. And CMS does not require state Medicaid programs to cover specific conditions, including medications solely for weight loss, fertility, acupuncture, erectile dysfunction, and cosmetic surgery. So this medication falls in that classification. The department submitted an updated fiscal information to OLS, and I believe that document has made it to you. But the legislative intent, we believe, is to set the policy that the Medicaid program shall cover these medications for adults for weight loss, and then try to seek later on a appropriation in the next biennium. If this bill were enacted, though, the first 6 months of this would be an unfunded mandate for the Medicaid program to cover these medications, because we would have to submit a state plan and enact this legislation prior to actually receiving an appropriation. So the first 6 months of this bill would require the state to pay $8.5 million in fiscal year 2027. And then the next appropriation biennium, we would require $14.4 million in 28 and $15.84 million in 29. The department does not have this money today and does not have the money for the fiscal year 27. And that's in the setting that we were already being asked to make significant budget reductions. So there would be significant trade-offs if this were to be mandated in law that the state must pay for this. We would be trading off something else in the department that would be significant value for the citizens. The other aspect is we have noted that the market is changing every day. There's going to be one of these medications, I believe, in the next year coming off of its patent, and the prices are going to be coming down. But if we are locked into these prices now and state coverage now, you are paying a significant amount of money. The other issue is that there are many tools in the toolbox, we heard. And yes, that is true. The department does already pay for weight loss interventions. We do pay for physical therapy, home exercise plan, getting people into activity. And the department actually does pay for phentermine as well. So it's the half of the fen medication you heard earlier, but it's actually still a covered medication for other purposes, but can be used for this. So in summary, there are very few states covering GLP medications in their Medicaid programs today. We would be among the very few that do so, and we would be doing so at very high cost. States like California, Pennsylvania have stopped covering GLP medications in their Medicaid program. New York City has stopped covering them for their employees. Same thing in Boston. They're having those conversations, the city of Boston. So I think there's a lot of market flux right now, and you're going to be seeing changes in this. So we're asking that you please not pass this bill and impose something on us that is not the right time for us. Thank you.
You have a question, Representative Burrows?
Just reading my question. Thanks for taking the question. Yeah, my question is whether your department plans to buy into the balance program, the Better Approaches to Life and Nutrition. That my understanding is it would bring down the price of these drugs.
Thank you very much for that question, Representative. There are two programs federally, the Balance and the Generous program, and we looked at the pricing for those negotiated GLP rates, and we actually we believe we get a better deal than those today. So pricing, I feel very confident in our numbers because we have very good statistics of the numbers of individuals covered by Medicaid who would have this obesity diagnosis with those BMIs. We know the rates of what we have to pay as a Medicaid program, and we know exactly what our rebate numbers are. So we have very good numbers on the cost to Medicaid. And we're learning more about those programs. We are attending the meetings. But we have not signed on definitively to those programs because after the rebate, which that comes back to us, we believe we're getting a better deal today.
We're short on time, but okay.
Okay, quickly. Have you calculated the costs for people not getting these drugs in terms of other diseases and problems down the road?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. So what you're looking at, was alluded to earlier, are the cost savings far out. So that's the return on investment for this medications. There are issue briefs that suggest that the costs need to come down significantly in price from where they are today to have that long-term return on investment. I have looked. I have not found a study that says definitively that there will be cost savings and what price point it needs to be at to achieve those cost savings. I fully expect the price will come down in the years to come, and then that return on investment argument will be a much better figure.
Would it be safe to say that once you're tracking the pricing, and once you see a price that is something affordable, you would be in front of the Senate House Finance Committee and making sure that is in that next biennium budget?
I think it's safe to say that we want to improve the health of all citizens in health and well-being of all citizens in New Hampshire, and that's our mission as a department. And we continually look at all conditions, all therapies, all interventions, living within the constraints and realities of the budget of what we can do and how we can fulfill our mission. And so we will always continue to do that.
Thank you. Anybody else have? Okay. We're really short on time, so.
Yeah. What's your
Representative Miles, you have a very short question?
Just very briefly, Dr. Ballard, would you believe that the New Hampshire State Employees Plan for health insurance just eliminated any coverage for GLP-1s unless you already have type 2 diabetes?
I'm sorry, I'm not involved in the state employees plan and not.
But don't
it's
you
not-
get
I don't
your
have knowledge.
insurance from the state police?
I do not know the policies and been working directly with that.
And do you think
aspect.
that as a physician physician, don't you feel like prophylaxis and prevention are keys in healthcare outcomes and downstream costs?
Yes.
And do you believe that GLP-1 inhibitors would improve healthcare outcomes and decrease downstream costs?
I think there are a lot of treatments that would do so, but I also have to realize that there are limits to what's possible. And so living within the realities of our current budget, there will be significant trade-offs. We will have to cut other things that are very important to the health and well-being of New Hampshire in order to pay for this, unless there's some change. But this, we're living within the 2-year biennium budget today, and we do not have the funding today.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 4 cards left, and hopefully you all stick to, oh, there's a 5-minute one here. Okay, Matt Prokop from American Diabetes Association.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Matt Prokop, and I'm the Director of State Government Affairs for the American Diabetes Association, the nation's leading volunteer health organization fighting to bend the curve on the diabetes epidemic. The ADA supports comprehensive coverage for obesity treatments, which include access to FDA-approved medications, and as such, we appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today in support of Senate Bill 455. Obesity, like you've heard from testifiers today, is a costly chronic condition. And we were sharing some new data from the American Diabetes Association. You all should have a handout relative to Medicaid costs and savings. And so new data from the ADA shows that obesity increases annual Medicaid costs by approximately $3,800 per person, translating more than $56 billion in additional annual healthcare expenditures. And treating obesity also, like you've heard today, can prevent costly health complications, save the state money, especially in our most vulnerable populations like Granite Staters who have Medicaid coverage. And in the New Journal article, it talks about the costs and benefits of treating obesity among adults in Medicaid, and included the following positive 5-year clinical and economic impact outcomes for those who live with obesity treatments. So those include $997 million in direct medical cost savings, $847 million in productivity gains, $7 billion in quality of life improvements, and $11.8 billion in mortality reduction value. So as with diabetes and individuals with obesity, they deserve access to evidence-based treatments that can improve their health and ultimately drive down healthcare costs. So we thank you for your time and consideration and respectfully ask the committee to support this bill, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your brevity.
Yep.
Okay, Timmins Malone?
Good morning. Is it still morning? Good almost
Still morning.
afternoon,
Yeah.
everybody. 15 more minutes. My name is Tamisha Malone. I am a proud New Hampshire native. I'm a doctoral candidate, licensed clinical social worker, but most importantly, I am a patient living with the chronic disease of obesity. I am here today in support of SB 455. This bill is not simply about medication coverage, but whether we as a community recognize obesity as the chronic disease it is deemed, or if we continue to treat obesity as a personal failure. In my clinical work, I sit with patients who spend years, often decades, being told diet and exercise is simply the way to go. They try again and again, and still we struggle. Not because we're not trying enough, but because our bodies are working against us in a biological way. I know how it feels to rely on these medications, like 65% of our community. I too spent my life wondering why my efforts were not good enough, why I wasn't strong enough, why I didn't have enough will to wish away my chronic disease. Because of my GLP-1 coverage, I am able to partake in life in the way I've always wished. Finally, I am receiving evidence-based treatments, but I am now faced with two options: private pay for my life-sustaining medications, or risk my symptoms resurfacing and interfering with my ability to be the mother that my children deserve. No one should have to make that choice. What we have created is a system where access to care is determined not by medical need, but by financial privilege. That dynamic has real consequences. Not physical health per se, but trust in the ability for our community to protect us. Passing this bill gives the opportunity to do better. It aligns with our policies, with what we know clinically, and to treat obesity with seriousness and compassion. This is not about weight, it's about whether people are given a fair chance to be healthy. It's not just for us as patients, but for the people who need us as well. No one should have to choose between their health and their family. For Jackson, Willow, and Eleanor, they need their mother in their life. I ask the committee to please advance a due pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Cannell? Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Hunt and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liz Kennett. I am a certified diabetes care and education specialist and a nurse with 40 years of experience. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 455. Year after year in my career, I've witnessed firsthand the physical and emotional devastation caused by diabetes and obesity, especially when it goes untreated. Though obesity might seem straightforward, it is complex. Without treatment, obesity can cause or make worse a host of other medical conditions, including type 2 diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and a litany of chronic diseases. I've given you a handout that lists and identifies a lot of chronic diseases that we don't always think about when we think about the GLP-1 medications and obesity. Obesity can be seen as a lifestyle choice or a failure of willpower, and you've heard a number of individuals talk about that, but it is complex. We are not talking about these medications as a vanity item, although they were first marketed that way. If we watch television any morning, we can see, the vanity nature of these drugs. Obesity is associated with genetics, drugs for treatment of depression, food used to treat low blood sugar when you are an insulin user, and so much more. We have learned so much about the potential of these drugs to help. In fact, if we listen to the news this morning, we now know that it is helpful in the treatment of liver disease, which is extremely serious and can result in liver cancer. Why are GLP-1 medications so effective? They work on multiple places in the body. They work on the gut, the liver, the brain, and more. Today's evidence-based medications like GLP-1 receptors are disease-modifying therapies and enhance the quality of life rather than just managing symptoms. I understand the concern about the cost of these drugs. When they first came to market, they were outrageously expensive, maybe even seen as a luxury item. We are now in a position where CMS is negotiating drug prices. Novo Nordisk, a producer of Ozempic, Wegovy, and Rybelsus, will reduce prices for the for their GLP-1 meds by 71% in 2027. That's huge. Lilly has not reached that agreement yet with CMS, but is making their drugs available on Trump RX. Is there a potential for a drug deal with CMS? All of us who care about people with diabetes and obesity will cheer for that, as well as those who care about the finances of our state. All of us want persons with type 2 diabetes and obesity on Medicaid to be contributing members of society. It is difficult for them to make that commitment when the combination of their two conditions results in heart attack, heart surgery, stroke, or liver disease associated with diabetes and obesity. All of these result in significant hospital expenses for treatment and time lost from work. And now to the troubling news. According to the American Diabetes Association, the obesity rate for New Hampshire adults aged 25 and older is projected to reach 56% for females and 58% for males by 2050. That's not tomorrow, but it's not that far away. These young adults in the prime of their lives can only be members of our workforce if they are healthy. We have the ability now to start putting the brakes on this epidemic of obesity. Now is the time for legislators to support Senate Bill 455. Now is the time to restart the solution, make GLP-1 drugs available through Medicaid.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, one card left. Sarah Finn. I assume that's Dartmouth Hitchcock. DH.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Hello, committee. I'm Dr. Sarah Finn. I'm the section chief for obesity medicine at Dartmouth Health. And I am here today to really advocate for my patients and my population that I take care of. So what is really hard about managing the disease of obesity is really the misinformation. And so here today, I heard some misinformation, and I just want to clarify that as an expert on where we are, okay? So with many disease states, we get better with treating them, just like we've done with obesity and diabetes over the last 20 years. The GLP-1s we've used to treat obesity and diabetes for 20 years. We have really good outcomes to say they improve cardiovascular health, decreased chance of having heart attacks and strokes, living longer. So this is not a new drug that we're just trying to figure out. We have 20 years of data to support it. And I think it's important for this committee to hear that when patients have a disease called obesity, it's not what Dr. Ballard said was wanting to just lose weight, okay? This is a disease process where the brain is trying to protect and defend a too high fat mass. And this is out of a patient's control. It's genetic, plus with their environment, these are the factors we're fighting. So when patients come in to see us at the Weight Center, lifestyle is important for every person on the planet to improve health, but that's about a 5% total body weight loss. That's really hard to do, and that's not that much weight loss. What we're talking about with phentermine, which is a covered benefit under Medicaid, that's a 5 to 8% total body weight loss. And we don't have the evidence to say phentermine helps improve heart disease and decrease the chance of stroke. And I just want to bring up the new medicines, the GLP-1 agonists have about a 10 to 20% total body weight loss. Most patients is about 15 to 20. And we know that they're life-changing, life-saving meds. So what's hard for dealing with this disease right now is in January 1st, 2026, New Hampshire citizens with Medicaid, but also commercial payers lost coverage for GLP-1 agonists for treatment of obesity. And one day at Dartmouth, we had 1,100 denials for GLP-1 agonist. So remember, on the other side of these denials are patients, and those patients are calling their doctor, and they're saying, Dr. Finn, can you just please call my insurance company and send me a letter to say what you just told me? I've lost 15% of my body weight. I'm off my blood pressure medicines. My diabetes is better. My hypertension's better. Help me. And what I have to tell that patient is there's nothing I could do to advocate for. If a patient on Medicaid isn't sick enough with other diseases, type 2 diabetes, having a heart attack, having a stroke, loss of limb with peripheral vascular disease, fatty liver disease with stage F2 to F3 fibrosis, or moderate to severe sleep apnea, there's nothing I could do to help that patient get on a GLP-1. And so to respectfully argue with Dr. Ballard, we are not giving our Medicaid patients access to these medicines. So what I would say right now, the real world is patients are suffering with coming off these medicines. This is a very unpleasant situation for a patient. They have high hunger, high craving, high food noise. That's their biology trying to get to that higher fat mass again. We call that metabolic adaptation that starts kicking in. So patients are still following the same lifestyle change, still getting the same number of, paying attention to how they're eating and they're exercising, but their weight is just trending up. So the decision to exclude coverage is really based on costs, but we know that obesity is a costly disease with over 200 other medical conditions. And I want to reference the policy paper that Dartmouth Health, through our Dartmouth College, published that has a cost effectiveness analysis. And there have been many papers now, including ICER, which has shown the GLP-1s improve health. You could have a longer lifespan and better quality of life. In all scenarios, total benefits, including health and monetary benefits, are valued higher than in cost. So I disagree with it. We have not shown that these medicines are cost effective. We also know when a patient can maintain 10 to 20% total body weight loss, over time, we're paying less for them in terms of insurance because they are getting healthier. This bill is a step in the right direction to provide more coverage. Just remember, we don't do this for other disease states. I didn't hear from my breast cancer colleagues that in 2026, they were no longer offering chemotherapy to treat their breast cancer. They could only do breast cancer surgery. But this is the reality of the state I'm in right now, where I don't have options except bariatric surgery for my Medicaid patients. And a lot of times patients don't want to do a surgery, especially if they've already had benefits with being on a GLP-1 agonist. So I respectfully ask you to do pass recommendation as SB 455, which is a bridge to the gap of our patients with obesity in New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Having no more cards, I will close the public hearing on 455. So we're almost at noon, but I don't have a lot of cards for the next two bills, so I'm thinking that we could get through this in half an hour at most, and then we'll just push back our calendar. But if you're a diabetic and need to eat, I certainly understand. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 480 and hear from Senator Prentice again. No, they were holding out on me. Okay.
All right, dual purpose here.
Okay. All righty. Right, so we'll go to 12:30 and then we'll just break, so. Okay,
Thank you, Chair Hunt and members of House Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Again, for the record, my name is Sue Prentice. I am the state senator from District 5, representing 15 wonderful communities. And I am here to introduce Senate Bill 480. And this bill is about improving access to one of the most cost-effective interventions in healthcare, which is physical and occupational therapy, and avoiding, by doing that, again, once we're going to have a conversation about avoiding more expensive downstream care. Now, this bill would allow for 8 visits, up to 8 visits, actually 8 visits, without pre-authorization per occurrence. And so let's talk a little bit about that. This is, again, looking at a cost comparison versus surgery when we're faced with things like shoulder problems, knee problems, hip problems. When we talk about a typical course of physical therapy, which is a frontline treatment to hopefully avoid surgery, we're talking between $1,000 and $3,000 total. Compare that to common surgeries for when a condition becomes worsened because we haven't gone this other route. Knee replacements are $30,000 to $50,000. Spinal surgeries, $80,000 to $150,000. Shoulder surgeries, $20,000 to $40,000. Physical therapy is 10 times less expensive. The outcomes data is there. Early access to physical therapy reduces the likelihood of surgery, lowers opioid use, and improves functional recovery. Patients who receive PT first are significantly less likely to require imaging, injections, or surgery. Those were frontline treatments the first pass years ago. They are no longer. What happens here is if we only have a certain number before there has to be a reauthorization of appointments for physical therapy. They have to be reauthorized by the insurer. It puts you at the back of the line. Physical therapy and occupational therapy, when we talk about these, but I'm going to hone in right here on PT, is that this, like any other healthcare profession in the state, is suffering from a workforce shortage. So if you don't have enough PTs that are available, you have people come in, they get their initial evaluation for that issue that they're there for. They are authorized, let's say, to have 3 treatments or maybe even 5 treatments, and that's not going to be enough to take care of whatever problem they have. If they have to stop at that 3 or that 5 point and go and get a pre-authorization again, that triggers paperwork, and that paperwork pushes them, as you'll hear from some of the patients and those that represent them, to the back of the line. And so it causes an access issue and it causes a delay, which could cause a setback in care. So the system level impact, why patients cannot access PT early. We're talking again about the cost shifts. I already mentioned some of this, but imaging, MRIs, specialty visits, and surgery. This, again, drives up the general cost of healthcare. Senate Bill 480 allows for immediate access and initial evaluations. It guarantees 8 medically necessary treatments, and it maintains medical necessary review, and it has a connection to insurer oversight. The economic logic in this is that early physical therapy equals a lower total cost. Delayed PT is a higher total cost. It's not theoretical, it's well established in musculoskeletal care management. So I'll close my comments today. I know that we are tight on time, but I cannot reinforce the importance of trying to remove a barrier, bring access to care, and not push patients potentially to the back of the line because there needs to be a reauthorization. So we're talking here with the 480 about earlier intervention, better outcomes, and more efficient use of healthcare dollars. Think what this is like in particular in some of the more rural areas of our state. This allows patients to have access to low cost, high value, rather than forcing them into more expensive pathways. A few $1,000s in physical therapy can prevent tens of thousands of dollars in surgery. This bill will help to make that happen. I know from my own personal experience that I have to go through my primary care provider to get my initial referral to see the physical therapist. It's all what is covered in your plan. We're trying to push that number out so that we have access to more visits, not that they have to use them all, rather than less. So again, they don't get pushed to the back of the line when and if they run out and they need to have this care reauthorized. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions, and as you know, if I don't have the answers, I'll get them for you. Thank you, Chair Hunt.
So where's the incentive to not to take the full 8?
Where's the incentive not to take the full 8? That comes to the call of the physical therapist. Like you might have.
Right. So where's the incentive for the physical therapist to say, really, all I need is our first visit, and let's figure out what's going on with the need, and then we only really need I don't know what is the current standard, but 2 or 3 to give you the routines, the things you need to do to get to be healthy, and so you really only need another 2 or 3. But where's the incentive if you know you've already got the guaranteed 8 to say, sure, we'll just keep going all the way to the 8, and then we'll go and renew.
Thank you for the question, Chair Hunt. So 2 things to consider here is that the physical therapists, and there are ones here that will speak, they have to have a medical necessity hook in this too. They just can't keep people going because they have enough visits. They actually have to be able to document and back that up. So actually, the answer to the question is just that, and I'll let the physical therapist speak to their practice, but it's not like they get a free ticket. They actually have to be able to document this person needs up to that amount of care.
Got it. All right. Any other questions from anybody? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, the chair will call on Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department, who is neutral on this bill.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Michelle Heaton. I'm the Director of Life and Health at New Hampshire Insurance Department. In the interest of time, I will skip over my prior auth spiel because you guys have already heard it, I think, a number of times this session. just going to highlight, we have made changes to prior auth. There is initial data from that first data report that is available on our website now. It just got posted, I believe, at the end of last week or very start of this week. So we do have some metrics on it. We remain neutral on this. This is a decision for the legislature to make, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So what is the current standard now for how many visits, prior auth visits? So right now,
It's
you
up
only
to
get,
the carrier to determine whether they're going to require prior authorization, and then in what context, how many they're going to. how
so
many
it's the
visits.
diagnosis, and each carrier might have a different, based on that diagnosis, how many initial visits they get.
Yes, and that's up to the carrier in their medical management. There is no standard. I mean, there's clinical standards that, carriers adopt into their prior authorization and clinical guidelines, but there is no consensus of a blanket amount for a type of service. I think one thing worth mentioning is that oftentimes these services require a referral from the PCP, and so that is not necessarily a prior authorization. And so this changes that, I think, a little bit because
Right, because it has to start with a physician recommending it to begin with. It has to be, is it not even one? We don't even guarantee one visit?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the plan and how the plan design is,
Okay.
but there can be reasons why you don't want to go straight to PT without having, an assessment of whatever your
Well,
issue
that's what
is.
I assume, is you would need an assessment, and so, okay. Great, thank you. All right, Tracy Adams from APTA, New Hampshire. Okay, who closed the doors? Getting hot in here. All right, I can just take my jacket off. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and honorable representatives of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Tracy Adams. I've been a licensed physical therapist for over 30 years, and I've been a PT working here in New Hampshire since 2014. I'm serving as the president of the American Physical Therapy Association New Hampshire chapter. When we are the APTA with all the soup that we have with different alphabet. I'm here today to represent our members and provide testimonies in support of this bill. I'm pleased to be joined today by leaders from the New Hampshire Occupational Therapy Association, as well as other members from the New Hampshire chapter of the APTA. I want to thank Senator Prentice for sponsoring this bill. SB 480 will limit prior authorization requirements for physical therapy and occupational therapy after completion of 8 visits. Physical therapists are licensed clinicians who follow evidence-based guidelines and provide medically necessary care. National utilization data shows that 85 to 90% of physical therapy episodes are completed within 12 visits. SB 480 with 8 visits before prior authorization represents an essential step toward ensuring timely, effective, and uninterrupted care for the patients that we serve here in New Hampshire. Once therapy is initiated, prior authorization often allows for only 4 to 6 visits. Physical therapists must then submit another round of evaluation and paperwork after only seeing the patient a few times. So care is interrupted while we're waiting on the additional prior authorization to come through. We know that delays limit access to needed treatment, and while patients are waiting, they're at an increased risk for worsened conditions, avoidable decline in their function, unnecessary medical visits, and prolonged recovery. Early intervention is often the determining factor in whether people are able to return to work, avoid surgery, or remain safe in their home. Reducing administrative burden created by prior authorization represents an opportunity for cost savings as well. The current process consumes a significant amount of time for clinicians and staff to complete the paperwork. National analyses estimate that utilization management can add tens of billions of dollars in administrative costs across the healthcare system annually. Research also shows that physical therapy reduces downstream healthcare costs by up to 50%. Other states have passed authorization bills like SB 480. No increased premium costs have been reported. More expensive interventions that have been mentioned, such as other provider visits, using opioids, advanced imaging, injections, and surgeries, can far exceed the costs of a reasonable course of physical therapy. Prior authorization should never be a barrier to timely and medically necessary care. I have I provided this document as well, but we have several organizations who have come together to talk about reform for prior authorization. We have national organizations for occupational therapy, physical therapy orthopedic section, physical therapy private practice session, the National Association of Rehabilitation Providers and agencies, as well as several others that are listed on the side of this page. So the coalition is broad, and it outlines reforms to rein in the use of prior authorization practices that can delay or interrupt access to medically necessary therapy services. So this legislation is evidence-based, it improves patient access to care, and reduces administrative burden, and I respectfully would ask for your support. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Shizam.
Yeah, I have a quick question. So after the initial 4 or 5 physical therapy sessions that are done, and after that a prior authorization they submit, do you have evidence that that prior authorization process takes much longer, that it interrupts the continuity of the physical therapy required medically?
Thank you for the question. Yes, what we see is that the waiting time then can be up to a week and sometimes longer. So the patient is seen for therapy, we're getting on a good roll, we're getting them going, helping them get better, and then we need to have another prior authorization completed, and that can take time. And we are seeing in the clinic that can take for a week or sometimes longer. I mean, obviously sometimes less, but too many times it's a week or longer, where the patient is now no longer in therapy, waiting for the prior authorization, and then we have to get them back into our schedule and get them back into the needed therapy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question on that one, because if you have the initial visit and you say, this, given your condition with this situation, we're going to need probably 10 visits, you say, well, you probably need 10 visits. Now, the insurance company, on your particular insurance company, their plan is they're going to give 4 or 5.
Okay.
Guaranteed. You don't have to wait to that 5 to ask for another 5. You can start the clock on that request after the first day, after the first visit. You can say, I'm requesting that we understand you're going to give us 5, but we need that extra 5. So that I don't see why there's necessarily that delay, unless you are waiting 5 days to decide you're going to go another 5 days, because you could actually easily make that decision after the first visit.
Well, the prior authorization requirement would be for a reevaluation and then further paperwork to justify that another 5 visits is needed. So to mention something you talked about earlier, we as physical therapists are required to document medical necessity for treatment. We are also follow evidence-based practice, so things that have been seen out in research. So we have a lot of evidence for what treatments work and how to apply them effectively for our patients. And we also are bound by professional integrity and professional ethical standards. So if a patient needs 4 visits and we think we can meet their needs in 4, that's what we'll do. If it takes longer, then we would also strive to get the number of visits that they need to accomplish their goals.
Okay, so my second question is this bill just a matter of how many visits you want to get going to begin, or that do you actually disagree with how many visits in total you'll get?
Oh, this bill is important because it will allow us to see a patient for 8 visits before we have to go through that prior authorization process. And what we've seen with national data is that almost all, the number is 85 to 90% of physical therapy episodes of care will be completed within 12 visits. So most of the people that we see, the majority, will be finished within 12 visits. So if we can get to 8 without having to complete any more of the paperwork, we're going to see even more people completing care and not having to have any of the delays.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Spear.
Thank you. In this bill, it says that you don't want prior auth even on the first visit. I understand not wanting prior auth until after you get to a certain point, number of visits and whatever. That makes sense. But not even on the first visit. Why is that?
Well, I think that most carriers require physical therapist referrals from their primary care physicians, but
They have to make the evaluation.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not considered a
The
prior
first one is
authorization?
evaluation.
Yeah.
Okay.
They might give you some skills, might do some work, but.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Okay. We want to move right ahead here, so I have 3 more cards. So all I can ask is please don't repeat what's already been said. Amanda Packard, New Hampshire, also the same, APTA. Sorry. Okay.
If you know anything about PT and OT, we love a goal, so we want to get you out of here for lunch.
You're right.
Yep. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. My name is Amanda Packard, and I'm a physical therapist in the state of New Hampshire, and I've worked at Portsmouth Regional Hospital for 26 years, and I'm also the vice president of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Physical Therapy Association. So I don't want to reiterate what some of the things Tracy has already said, but what we're here to talk about are these 8 visits. And prior authorization exists to prevent waste and overutilization. The question isn't whether to manage care, it's where those controls actually add value. Physical therapy is a proven, and occupational therapy, to prevent downstream costs. So especially the first 8 visits of therapy does not meet that threshold. Medical literature does support that 12 visits, most patients are completed with their care. So we're talking about 8 visits today, despite 12 visits being the evidence in the literature. So again, this is not a blank check. That's not what we're asking for. It's a guardrail against higher downstream costs, and it's deferring that prior authorization to a point when it actually matters. There is a lot of evidence that there are harmful effects from the delays that patients have. 30% of patients wait 1 to 2 weeks to receive their prior authorization and to continue care. And these delays are not benign. So, another aspect of this is that of those patients that have those significant delays, there's evidence that 78 to 83% abandon care altogether. So what we are saying is healthcare providers, we accept mandates when they protect patients from harm. And if we hold clinicians accountable for preventing harm, we should also expect the same from the systems that control access to care. This ultimately comes down to the people of New Hampshire getting the care that they need in a timely manner, and we're asking for your help to make that possible. I do understand, the perspective and the desire to leave some of these matters to private contract negotiations, but the current system shows that approach isn't working. When these delays become widespread pattern of harm throughout the state, it becomes a public issue. This is why we're asking for support of this bill, and where thoughtful legislation, we hope, can truly ensure that patients in New Hampshire get the timely care that they need. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Post.
Yes, my son is a physical therapist, and he comes home and talks about the authorizations and how difficult it is for these people. So I understand that.
Yes. Would you
Thank
believe?
Would you believe?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay. D. Daly.
Thank you to the members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee for the opportunity to speak to you on Bill 480. My name is Deirdre Daly, and I've been a practicing physical therapist for over 40 years, with roles in the areas of direct patient care, clinic management, employer consulting, and physical therapist professional development. While the concept of prior authorization has noble origins in attempting to balance appropriate care and cost effectiveness, I've been practicing long enough, unfortunately, to see the erosion of the foundations of medical necessity over time. More than 20 to 30 years ago, New Hampshire legislators put their fingers on the scale of medical and business to rewrite laws which moved the authority for determining medical necessity away from the purview of physicians and medical providers to the purview of insurers. While well-intended, insurer-based administrative burden and restrictive practices have continued to evolve and grow, resulting in more and more LSRs brought to legislators over the past decade in an attempt to restore balance. Consider common but significant medical problems such as cardiac events, shoulder surgery, knee surgery, stroke, or Parkinson's. These conditions commonly require in excess of 12 visits, yet prior authorization requests have moved from approving an initial set of potentially 12 visits 10 years ago to where now we routinely see 4 to 6 visits or even 2, and progressively decreasing down to 1 visit at a time if providers are lucky. This reduced approval strategy functions as a partial denial of care that is not appealable. Few, if any, cases of waste, fraud, and abuse have ever been reported to the Physical and Occupational Therapy Licensure Board, which underscores that some of the cost containment practices are solutions searching for the specter of a problem. Insurers could be using other strategies to address root causes of waste, fraud, and abuse, and potentially any bad actors. There is significant data showing that 12 visits are common, reasonable, and effective number of therapy visits. It is also well within common levels of insured-listed therapy benefits. Ironically, when we have attempted to ask legislators to track partial denials, visit approvals, and timeliness, the stated burden of administrative costs and time are why we say that that data is not viable. So again, it's a contradiction of what is expected of us and yet what then is expected of others. I would love to be here asking legislators to return to the concept of medical necessity to medical providers, but instead I would like to encourage legislators to help rebalance the scales and support this bill to help people seeking physical and occupational therapy in New Hampshire. Thank you.
I hate to say this, but I've been here 40 years, and the only physical therapy bill I ever remember was when the physical therapist was in the same practice as the doctor, and it was a self-referral issue.
So there, I was a baby geek back when you probably started, but I have been up here before this group for prior authorization, consideration of physical therapists in the primary provider realm, which was also approved by both the House and Senate. So there's been a number of bills that we've been here for, not necessarily prior authorization, but we have asked for inclusion as part of things like Medicaid transition bills and changes to have data tracking to show whether or not there is a burden associated with this. And I believe there is even a bill that...
Well, those bills wouldn't have come to this committee, so.
Okay, and that's fine. We had thought this one might not need to come to you either.
Fair enough.
We kind of hoped, but...
Kind of hoped, really? Okay. All right, thank you
Well,
very
I'm-
much.
yeah.
Thank you very
Okay,
much for your
thank you.
testimony. Okay. Seemingly, I thought I had one card left, but I see another one approaching. So Danielle Amaro from New Hampshire Occupational Therapy Association. 2 approaching. No, just one. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name's Danielle Amaro. I'm an occupational therapist. I did email my testimony to y'all, and
That's
I won't
great.
read it, and I will just kind of riff off of some of the things that have already been said by my esteemed colleagues. Occupational therapy, there's over 900 of us in the state. A lot of us are practicing in outpatient therapy. My experience is over 30 years now working in community hospitals. I'm a hand therapist, so outpatient has been my bread and butter. I've been a manager, and I'm now into academia. So I want to reiterate that pre-authorization, it's a lot of paperwork on the therapist. It's a lot of explaining to the client why they can't come right back because they have to wait a minute. If they're in pain, I treated a lot of people in pain with their hands. And our policy was if you had an insurance that requires pre-authorization, we would schedule your first appointment for the evaluation and then your second appointment at least 7 days later to allow for that 10-day time frame to try to prevent some of that loss to follow-up. But if you did something that made them feel better that day, you had to sit there and tell them, I'm sorry, you can't come back 2 or 3 days from now and have that again. You have to wait until the paperwork's processed. That's frustrating, it's upsetting, and in 8 visits, we can at least probably get some of that pain under control, establish them on what they need to do, have a solid plan that we can then report to the insurance company, look at the progress we're making. If we have several more visits, we can finish, and the patient will be doing quite well. Before that, we're not allowed to apply for the pre-authorization earlier. So you can't say on the first visit, if you're given 5 visits, you can't on the second visit ask for 5 more. You have to wait until at least the 4th visit when you can report on the progress that has been made, and again, do the paperwork. So it is a frustrating process, and I can tell you that not only from the clinician side is it a frustrating process, but I'm currently a physical therapy patient. I hobbled into the Senate hearing after having foot surgery, and I'm not hobbling anymore because I've been in PT. And I'm coming up onto the end of my authorization. They were fairly generous because I had had surgery. But again, we have to go through all the paperwork. And a lot of that session ends up focused on filling out the paperwork together, asking the questions that she needs to answer to ask for more visits, and not so much on what can I do to progress my exercises today. And that it's frustrating from a consumer point of view as well. And my last point, and then I'll get out of here because I'm sure everybody's getting hungry. As an educator, I work teaching the next generation of occupational therapy students. I teach the code of ethics. We have a solid code of ethics. I teach medical necessity, so I'm very comfortable that my students leave my class understanding what is ethically, medically necessary, and to the point of if a patient only needs 3 visits, carpal tunnel syndrome, conservatively, it's 2 visits. That's the protocol. I'm not going to see somebody, my students aren't going to see people for 8 visits just because they have those 8 visits. They're going to follow what's ethical. And I just wanted to vouch for, they receive that training in their schooling on the code of ethics and medical necessity. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, 1 card left, Paula. You get to wrap it up. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. Do you want to go ahead?
If that, Paula doesn't seem to mind, if that's.
Yeah, sorry. That was in the afternoon pile.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 480. We had several good discussions with Senator Prentice about this bill when it was in the Senate, and really appreciate her willingness to work with us on some of the language. I think the Senate amendments helped improve some of the language. It was initially broader in scope. I think the bill is in a better place. However, we still do have concerns because I think it effectively creates a mandate for at least 8 visits. So basically, this interferes with our current utilization management program for PT, which is a dynamic process tailored to each patient. There's no prior auth for the first visit. After that initial visit, a provider enters in information. It then gets tailored to a patient. It's my understanding it's between 4 and 30 visits. If they need to do more, they just put information in the system. We encourage digital use, so there is no paperwork. And this is a dynamic process intended to meet patient needs but help prevent overutilization. The issue that remains in the bill is on line 7. The language, it's Roman 1, that each carrier shall provide prior auth, skip ahead if medically necessary. It says for not less than 8 treatments before requiring additional review for medical necessity. So I think this creates an effective mandate. It forces us to incorporate the cost of at least 8 visits into the plan cost, that is premiums, even if people don't use that number of visits, which unnecessarily increases costs. We did see a very similar bill in Maine mandating 12 visits, and what we saw in our data was increased costs for PT and no reductions in high-cost interventions. I will just add, New Hampshire obviously has an extensive prior auth law already, which would apply to PT. It's not entirely clear that there's a need for further legislation specific to PT. When you start changing parts of the statute for specific services, I think you create a fragmented statutory framework. So I will end there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to take any questions.
So how many different steps are there for in PT, you know, from range of days from 4 to 30? How
My
is that?
understanding is you get in for your first visit, and since people share anecdotes, I just did PT and had no issues. So you get in for your first visit, and then the provider puts information into the system, and it gives you between 4 and 30, a range depending on the patient's needs. And our data shows that most of the time that fits the patient's needs. If the provider thinks they need more, we hope they will use our digital system, and it has been described to me as relatively easy. There is not paper involved. And our data also shows it is typically a very fast turnaround time.
Typically fast turnaround
I think
time.
maybe there's a few anecdotes about, taking longer than a day, but I would say that it is, and we're bound by the existing statute on prior auth turnaround times too. So my understanding is we want our system to be easy for providers. We
Right.
want our members to get the care that they need.
So what is in the current, in the prior auth, what is your turnaround time for PTs?
In statute? Well,
Yeah.
it applies across the board.
Yeah,
I believe for non-urgent, I think it's 7 days. Oh, 72? 72 hours, yes, for digital prior auth, 72 hours.
Can we speed it up for PT?
I mean, my understanding is if our system is used correctly, it is usually faster than that.
Okay.
We are unaware of systemic issues with delays. We do not want delays. And again, we want this to be easy for our providers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? See none? All right, now Paula, 2 minutes. She covered what you wanted to say. Perfect. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. We will take up 544 at 1:30. Or you want to, I don't know, do you want to do, you want to do it now? Well, okay, well, I guess I'll ask my committee members. Is anybody starving? Get everybody willing? Okay, sure. Come on down. Let's do it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
She's intentionally being draconian about it. But yeah, just get it done. That's probably true. Okay. All right. I would ignore the 2 p.m. Just saying. That was I Okay, we'll open up the public hearing to hear from Senator Fenton on Senate Bill 544.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate you guys letting me do this before lunch. For the record, my name is Senator Donovan Fenton. I represent Senate District 10, and I'm here today to speak in support and introduce Senate Bill 544 as amended by the Senate. So you're seeing a different version of this bill that originally came out of the Senate. We listened to concerns raised, particularly around flexibility for insurers, and worked to find a balanced approach. So at its core, this bill is still about fairness, predictability, and continuity of care for patients who rely on prescription medications. But instead of prohibiting mid-year formulary changes outright, this version focuses on making those changes more transparent, more predictable, and less disruptive for patients. So specifically, this bill requires clear, conspicuous notice to patients when a drug is being removed. extends that notice period to at least 60 days, giving families real time to respond, ensures patients are informed of the exemption process and how to access it, and most importantly, guarantees that if a patient enters that exemption process, their medication continues to be covered until a decision is made. It also strengthens oversight by requiring insurers to document formulary changes and the reasons behind them. This approach directly responds to what we heard in the Senate. Patients today often don't understand their options. They don't have enough time to coordinate with providers and can face gaps in care during transitions. And that's the problem we're trying to solve in this bill. So that problem is very real. This problem, this legislation came from a New Hampshire family who lost access to a medication mid-year with very limited ability to respond. Even when notice is given, navigating appeals can be confusing and time-sensitive, especially when someone is dealing with a serious concern. We also heard from providers and advocates that once a patient finds the right medication, particularly in the areas like mental health, disruptions can have serious consequences. And at the same time, this bill respects concerns raised by insurers. It does not eliminate mid-year changes, does not prevent cost management or the adoption of lower-cost alternatives. What it does do is ensures that when those changes happen, patients are not left scrambling. They get notice, they get clarity, and they maintain continuity of care when they work through the system. With that being said, I will cut this short and take any questions.
So that person who had they changed the formulary in midstream, was that in the small group market?
So, yes, I believe it was. A local constituent, actually, of mine, his daughter had been on this medication for 10 years. They tried a lot of different medications. She had a lot of allergic reactions to different medications. And then they were told that her prescription is changing. And the appeals process was difficult. They didn't get enough advance notice. And the original intent of the bill was to ban these changes mid-year until the plan was up for renewal, which a lot of states have done already. New Mexico, Texas, Louisiana have done similar things. So that was the original intent of the bill. We worked with the insurers with this compromise.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Michelle Eaton. And evidently I see a lot of neutrals here.
Michelle Heaton, I'm the Director of Life and Health at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I think he covered everything this bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions. A couple things to highlight is that when we're talking about prescription drugs, these timeframes offer plenty of time for people to file their appeals or exceptions requests. An exceptions request is required to be acted upon within 48 hours. And any time that we're talking about a medication that there is needs to be acted on expeditiously, there are 72-hour timeframes. So this 60 days gives more than adequate time for a consumer to appeal it and go to external review and get a final determination before they lose access to that drug.
So this is small group market, and how about
This is all managed care.
all managed care? So it's also
So all
individual.
markets,
Right.
yes.
Well, except my Advantage plan.
Yes, all fully insured markets that we regulate.
Which is considered a managed care plan. But, okay, great, thank you. So Cam, which one do you want to be? You want to be opposed to it, or you want to be neutral? You sent me two cards. One for Cigna, you said you were opposed.
So I
And
think
for
we
American
may-
Healthcare,
So
you said
one
you
of
were
them,
neutral.
one of those cards should be for the GLP-1 bill, which is neutral, which was 455. This is
Oh,
544.
you got your numbers mixed up. Okay.
So I'm Cam Lapine. I work at Oregon Reno here representing Cigna on Senate Bill 544.
Which you're in opposition. That's what it says here.
All right, if that's what I checked. So I just want to point out that. Oh, thank you, Michelle. It's been a long afternoon already. So the first lines 1 through 17 of this bill are great. We worked with Senator Fenton on it. Lines 18 through 30, however, we have some questions, concerns with. We're just not it's not necessarily clear that the health plan would be the one that has that information. It may be the PBM that has that information. And there may be other bills that you'll be hearing later today, such as Senate Bill 665, where that may be more appropriate to include those requirements rather than in this bill.
Oh, you mean the PBM Christmas tree?
Farmnibus.
Farmabus, okay.
So that's,
Okay.
that's my testimony.
That's
on
your
this bill.
testimony, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
And last but not least, Holly Stevens. There you are. You know, you hide behind that column, you know, I don't know what's going on back there. And you're also neutral.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. I will truncate my testimony because I know that you guys can read the latter half of it. I just wanted to, my name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We previously supported the bill as it was introduced in the Senate. However, we presently are neutral on the bill as it came out of the Senate. Following the passage of the bill in the Senate, NAMI has been working with some of the insurers on an amendment to return the bill back to the spirit of the original bill. And I have attached the suggested language to my written testimony that I've also shared with at least one of the insurers who agreed to share it with the others. The proposed amendment would create a carve-out for enrollees who are actively taking a medication to have continued coverage of the medication until the end of the contract year if their plan removes a medication from the formulary. So it would only cover people who are currently taking the medication, not everybody under the plan. It would be accomplished by automatically approving the applied for exemption under the existing, an applied for exception under the existing exception process and requiring the commercial insurers to make their affected members aware of the exception process. In conversations following Senate Bill 544's initial hearing, some commercial insurers expressed a willingness to entertain implementing this mechanism to ensure that their members remain on medications when they are removed from the formulary. I provide some information about how important it is to stay on psychiatric medications when you find the right one. I will, again, let you read that at your leisure. Happy to take any questions. I will continue to try to work with the insurers to see where they're at on what I proposed.
So, I know you're an expert on this issue, so how often does this happen, that they would change the formulary in mid-stride?
It happens very frequently,
Very frequently?
very frequently,
Really? Because I've never had it happen.
that medications come
Well,
on
I guess
and
I
off,
don't have mental health medications, but I've never seen it.
that they
in-
come off the
I've
formulary.
never seen a formulary change in the mid-stride, but. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, having no more cards, we will close the public hearing. And we'll be back here at, let's call it, yeah, well, 1:30, I might be tight for me. So let's, you could. What's the special today? Is it pulled pork? Yeah, no, there's never beer. I have to go get my beer, right? Okay, so let's say 1:30 and see what happens. Okay. All right, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 614, and Lil Walsh is introducing this bill.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee.
So who's my clerk?
I'm the clerk as well. I can't sit in both places,
Okay,
sorry.
well, you can write notes about what
I
you
will.
wrote. You'll know what you said.
I'll know what I said, yes, exactly. It's convenient that way. All right, for the record, I am not Senator Denise Ricciardi. However, for the record, I'm Representative Lily Walsh, Rockingham 15, Hampstead, and I am presenting this for Senator Ricciardi. And she'd like to apologize for not being here in person. She's actually in DC speaking about this very legislation. So she says, while I cannot be there in person, I am submitting this written testimony and welcome any questions the committee may have during your deliberations. However, I don't welcome those questions. There are people here much smarter than I who will answer those questions after me. The affordable child care crisis is real and it's getting worse. In 2025, 68% of child care providers nationwide reported increases in their liability insurance premiums, which is up from 46% the year before. Some saw increases of 300 to 1,000%, according to national survey data. Here in New Hampshire, we have lost nearly 13% of our licensed child care capacity since 2017. This decline is driven in part by insurance carriers exiting the market or pricing providers out of it entirely. These numbers are not abstract. They represent real programs, real educators, and real families. Let me share one story. Last summer, the executive director of a long-standing nonprofit child care center in New Hampshire was told her insurer would no longer cover child care programs. She was days away from closing her doors. As a nonprofit leader, she would have been personally liable if anything went wrong. She told us, even if you find insurance, you're going to pay through the nose for it. And she's right. Even providers with perfect safety records are being priced as if they are high-risk operations. They are being penalized simply for existing in a sector that insurers increasingly view as too risky to touch. This is not sustainable. This is not rational, and it is certainly not in the best interest of America's children or America's workforce. That is why Senator Ricciardi decided to act. Senate Bill 614 is a bipartisan measure that allows child care, foster care, and behavioral health providers to form multiple caregiver self-insured risk coverage arrangements. In plain terms, self-insurance pools. These pools allow providers to share risk, purchase insurance collectively, build reserve funds, access professional risk management services, and operate under full regulatory oversight. The bill passed the Senate with no opposition and with not a single vote against it, not a single neutral witness. That level of consensus is rare, and it reflects the urgency of the moment. SB 614 is modeled on successful frameworks in Washington state, informed by feasibility studies in Montana, and aligned with recommendations from the National Governors Association, the Bipartisan Policy Center, and the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Child care is not just a family issue. It is not just an education issue. It is a workforce infrastructure as essential to our economy as roads, bridges, and broadband. If we allow the liability insurance crisis to continue unchecked, we will undermine the very foundation of our labor force. But if we act decisively, collaboratively, and with the full weight of state leadership, we can stabilize this sector and strengthen our economy for decades to come. As always, I am happy to work together on this issue, and I look forward to hearing from the committee on this topic. And I will leave it to the commissioner and others who will follow to answer questions.
Fair enough. Thank you for the introduction. Okay, DJ Benton and Emily Dory. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, DJ Betancourt. I have the pleasure of serving as commissioner
of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined here at the table by Emily Doherty, who is our Property and Casualty Legal Counsel. I would note at the outset that Senator Ricciardi and I are doing a bit of divide and conquer today. I was similarly invited to the congressional panel on this issue, but I said that I had a previous engagement. And so here I am with all of you. So she is filling in for us. What they're doing down there, if passed as prologue, they're talking through this issue very carefully, and then we'll proceed to do nothing. So it's in our hands to see what we can do about this particular problem.
Ouch.
Oh, I've gotten in trouble many times because of my honesty, Representative. But I want to start by taking a step back and trying to look at this issue globally. So policymakers, all of you, governors, have made clear over the past several years that lowering the cost of child care, expanding and improving the state's behavioral health system, and strengthening our child protection system are top priorities, and understandably so. Those priorities, within our role at the department, guide our regulatory approach and policy considerations every day in those particular areas. We know that securing affordable liability insurance is a real and persistent challenge and cost driver for child care centers, daycare providers, nonprofits, particularly in the behavioral health space, and organizations that support our state's DCYF system. These are costs that are not absorbed in isolation. They are ultimately passed along to families and can constrain provider capacity at a time when demand for these services is really at need and critically important. So in response to this particular challenge, and from an insurance perspective, let me just reiterate what I've talked with you about before. So when I've talked with you before about hard markets, again, what I've meant by that is that the demand for particular kinds of coverages are at traditional demand levels or higher, but that access to that coverage is more constricted. And so what you have taking place at that point is a basic supply-demand situation where what is available or what is left of that coverage is incredibly expensive. And so when we hear from child and daycare providers, when we hear from those behavioral health nonprofits, or the entities that support the state's DCYF system, what they'll oftentimes say is we can't find this coverage. And that is true to a point in the sense that carriers that had offered that coverage previously are no longer in the business of offering that particular kind of coverage. But a few years ago, we did a data call, which is a nice term in the insurance regulatory world for, we sent out a mandatory survey that they had to respond to. And we asked, which carriers are still offering this liability insurance coverage? And what we got back was there was between 8 to 12, as best as we could tell, that were still offering this particular kind of coverage. So the availability is there, though obviously very constrained, at least in terms of what's been available in the past. But of those 8 to 12 carriers that are still offering this coverage, the premiums for it are extraordinarily high. And when you're talking about a nonprofit behavioral health entity or child or daycare center, certainly, or some of these other entities that, again, support the DCYF system, they're operating on extremely thin margins. There's not a lot of money to go investing in massive insurance premium increases the way that a larger business might be able to do. And the particular challenge for the behavioral health nonprofits is that in order to contract with the state to stand up the programs that over the past decade the legislature and governors have put forward, they have to have this coverage. And so my fear is, and we're seeing this play out a little bit, is the state has put the dollars and the programs forward to address real behavioral health challenges in the state, but we're not able to find partners who can operationalize and stand up those programs. Because as you appreciate, when we bring the programs forward, We'll put the dollars behind it. We'll put the framework of the program forward. But we don't then go hire a whole bunch of state employees to go stand up and operationalize the program. We will contract with providers who will leverage their expertise and their experience in the work that they do every day to do that for us. And because they can't find, though as I've said they can, just they cannot find something that they can afford, the partners that the state has traditionally had are just not available in the way that they have been in the past. And so in response to this particular challenge, the department has taken a number of proactive steps to try to bring some relief to bear. We've engaged in both direct outreach with providers and brokers to better understand the specific challenges they face in this particular market. And that includes, again, a coverage availability, pricing volatility, and insurer participation. We have also directly worked with insurance carriers to explore expanded liability coverage options tailored to the unique risk profiles of the entities that I've spoken of throughout the course of my testimony to this point. And the dialogue is particularly focused around risk mitigation and, again, affordability. So we've tried to target our guidance to help these providers, to help those who are seeking this coverage, to best navigate the marketplace and to understand the coverage options that are available to them, including safety and loss control practices that, again, can better position them in the underwriting process to improve their insurability. And so throughout the course of that conversation, there have been a couple of different legislative proposals. Some have run into some trouble. Others have had a little bit more viability. But what this particular piece of legislation represents is an additional part of that overall effort that the department has been engaged in. So this bill establishes a statutory framework to try to get at the affordability challenge that I've described by authorizing the creation of a pooled risk management program for the exact entities that I've described. So in practical terms, it allows these providers to participate in a group purchasing or pooled risk structure that enables them to aggregate risk and access liability coverage that otherwise would not be affordable to them. Now, I want to be clear, and I see Representative Hunt giving me that look.
No, I was actually looking at Paula Rogers.
Oh, okay, well, fair enough. I've looked at her that way a time or two myself. But I want to be very, very clear for those of you who have long memories, and Representative Hunt, you have the longest memory of all. This is not, I want to repeat, this is not a JUA. This is not a joint
That was my
underwriting.
first question.
It is not. What it is, rather, is a state-overseen risk retention group or captive, which is a brand of self-insurance, and we can get into that a little bit. But again, the goal here is to create sufficient scale over time, and I want to be clear. This is a long-term solution. This is a measure that is going to take some time for it to be a viable solution or relief to this particular program. But at some point, you have to start that process. And so that is what you see before you today. That is the opportunity that you see before you today. Because again, it is going to take some time to create sufficient scale and diversification to improve the market stability to attract sustainable insurance participation over time. Which is to say, it's going to take some time for these entities to come together. And we've included a particular provision in this proposal that allows for other states in the Northeast region to join this particular program to help accelerate the ability to get the scale that's necessary for the risk pool to be viable and sustainable in terms of premiums. But it's going to take some time for those groups, for those businesses to come together, for the nonprofits to come together to make this viable. But again, I feel like it's important that at some point we begin that process. And so that's what we have here today. The legislation contemplates a regulatory structure that is tailored to the nature of these pools, distinguishing them from traditional insurance while providing appropriate oversight. It addresses key elements such as eligibility, participation parameters, administrative responsibilities, and the role of the state in facilitating and overseeing this program. More broadly, Senate Bill 614 is designed as a targeted market intervention. It does not mandate coverage or set rates. Instead, it enables an alternative risk-sharing mechanism intended to restore access to coverage for essential service providers operating in a constrained liability market. That said, as I've mentioned before, it is appropriate to appreciate that this is not a complete, immediate solution. It's going to take time for the reasons that I've described. So I want to say that in the interim, what the department is committed to doing is to remaining a resource for those particular entities and providers. And I want to share that with you as you are talking with your constituents and your districts that are confronting this problem. We are here as a resource. We have paired providers who are challenging with this particular problem with agents and brokers who specialize in placing those entities into coverage for this particular market. And they've been very effective at doing so. But again, simply playing matchmaker is not a long-term viable solution. This particular opportunity, we believe, is part of the solution, though, again, in the longer term. So I'm going to stop there at this point and turn to Emily. Is there anything in particular you would like to add?
You've covered it, Commissioner.
All right, very good. I would say as well, Mr. Chairman, as a bit of a warning, disclaimer, throughout the period when the bill passed the Senate to where we are today, we have continued to work on it. For the work session, we will have an amendment for you that cleans up a couple of different areas. And we may or may not get into those areas throughout the course of the conversation today. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
Is this sounds somewhat like the issues we had? Some communities were doing their own health. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it sounds to me as if you're gonna start collecting people to help, you would go, I would think, to not just, I think the cities or towns might be interested in.
This is for nonprofits.
So what I think
Well,
Representative
Manchester's not making any money, so.
Representative Herbert is talking about, and I'm not a big believer in them, but I would have appreciated a trigger warning when we're talking about the 5B programs.
Yes.
The department is neck deep in that discussion as well at the moment. That is a complicated situation, to say the least. What is contemplated here would be different from that, in that we would oversee how this particular program would operate, the governance of it, but we would not be nearly involved in the critical solvency decisions that would need to be made in setting rates and in establishing reserves in the same way that we have
Is
seen
it
crop up.
accessible, or what is the nature of the product?
That's right.
So
That's right. And for municipalities, I will say, Representative Herbert, Primex, my understanding is, has done a really good job of managing the liability risk for municipalities and school districts, such that they're not seeing this particular challenge in the work that they do. Where we have, of course, seen challenges with the 5B programs is as it regards health insurance. That's where we've really seen the solvency challenges, the assessments that are hitting communities in an unexpected and quite significant way. So fortunately, we're talking about a different breed of insurance product that's separate and distinct for a number of reasons from those particular programs.
Representative Teresa.
Thank you. So this is just for my information. Usually, whether it's a profit organization or a non-profit organization, for a business to operate, they typically take liability insurance. So is there this liability insurance that you're talking about, is it going to be any different than that business liability insurance that is usually there? And is the reason because the premium, high premium, or?
So the specific type of risk that has driven this incredibly hard market is the sexual abuse and molestation aspect of it. It is the worst of the worst type of conduct. And I'm not picking on any particular entity or organization, but to help you understand this,
And
what
I
we're talking
promised the
about.
senator that I want to assure everybody, this is not a New Hampshire problem.
Oh, no, it is most certainly not.
It is a problem nationwide where there have been problems
That's
with
right.
daycare centers. But because it's a nationwide problem, it translates itself here in New Hampshire in terms of the liability premiums.
Is that the premium? That's why the premium is higher for this kind of business?
Yes.
This is,
And I'll explain to you exactly why. So to Representative Hunt's exact point, New Hampshire does a good job of participating in the work of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. We're about at max capacity with our contribution to that organization, the work that it does. But despite that, I was invited not that long ago to be the vice chair of a new working group specifically on this issue because of the work that New Hampshire has done. And despite the fact that I needed more work, like a hole in the head, I took it on because of how important it is to this state and to the entities that are really in a bad way in finding this coverage and how important they are in the work that we do here at the state. Representative, the reason that you are seeing the hard market that you are, and again, I'm not picking on particular entities, but they're just high-profile examples that I think can help you contextualize what I'm talking about. I'm talking about organizations like the Catholic Church, the Boy Scouts of America. Here in New Hampshire, we're talking about the Sununu Youth Center. We are talking about these horrific, unbelievably tragic situations that when they explode, the payouts are enormous and the tails on these claims, which is to say how far back in time they go, can stretch decades. In the case of the Catholic Church, we're talking about claims that go back to the 1950s. And the problem, the challenge that insurance carriers are facing, and it comes predominantly from the actuaries, the math geeks, as I affectionately call them, is how do you assess that kind of risk? How do you assess a risk that is an illegal act that you hope no one ever engages in, but that when it happens, it tends to be a serial act, which is to say that the victims tend to be more than just one individual. It tends to be many, many individuals. And the span of time and history can go back a long, long way. It becomes incredibly difficult for the actuaries to be able to quantify that risk. And so because of that uncertainty, and because carriers in the current environment are trying to more conservatively manage their risk, a lot of carriers have simply said, we're getting out of this line of business. We're just not going to do it anymore. And so that's why you've seen, again, that shrinking of options in terms of carriers that are going to offer this. But again, what is available is incredibly expensive because it is so hard to quantify that risk to therefore set appropriate premiums. So the premiums that are set are incredibly high.
Okay.
So that's the reason that you're seeing the challenge that you are.
Thank you. Can I have a quick follow-up on this?
I guess so.
So, solution that you provided, you also would be having the same challenges and the same liability that you just described, higher. So how are you going to address that with your solution?
So what would be foreseen, and again, it's not going to work perfectly for every entity. When these entities pool together, and again, the state is going to have an oversight role, we're going to work with those entities about appropriate risk mitigation strategies that they can employ to reduce the risk. And the reason why I say it's not going to work perfectly for every entity is because these entities have different financial capacities to put in the robust background check system, to put in the camera and security systems that are oftentimes needed, to do the vetting even beyond simple background checks. Some entities are going to have the flexibility and the resources to be able to do that. Others are not. But because those are going to be the best practices that we're going to really impress upon the entities to adopt, much in the way, and we've had some phenomenal conversations with Primex, who again, on the property and casualty side of things, which includes liability insurance coverage for our municipalities and school districts, they've offered a number of practices and suggestions and best practices again. We're going to be able to borrow those concepts and bring them forward in this particular program as well to help try to manage that.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. I have a hypothetical. I mean, let's say you have this risk pool of these organizations that obviously don't have a lot of money, and one of them has an incident, maybe not as bad as a Sununu Center, but has something that's pretty bad. Would that not risk blowing up the whole pool?
Well, no, because what you would have is over time, and again, Representative Hunt is smiling at me because he knows where I'm going with this. Over time, the risk pool would retain reserves, such that in the event that something really explodes along the lines of what you've posited there, you would have adequate resources to be able to pay out on those claims. So it would not be simply, does the premium that the entities have taken in up to this point in time in this particular year cover that particular claim? It is, what are the reserves that they also are sitting on to help pay out on that type of a situation?
Yeah, so needless to say, I've been around this track before. The JOA was Joint Underwriting Authority, was created when it was decided that we had too many claims for I think
Medical
it was
malpractice.
It was a medical, but it was in two specific industries. It was birth doctors,
Labor
gynecolo-
delivery, yep.
delivery. It was delivery doctors, and it was brain surgeons. And so to make it to get the reserves, to build up the reserves, there was actually an assessment on all health insurance liability. The key element that you have to keep in mind on this is that we can't limit the liability. Legislatively, we're not going to say, much as what we evidently we have done as a state when it came to the Sununu Center, was that we limited to what the claim could be. Was it $250 or $450, whatever the dollar amount? They limited the dollar amount. So that gets into a constitutional question. It gets into courts, and so you can't say, okay, well, let's say if there's an incident in a child care center, you're going to limit how much the claim would be. And theoretically, the insurance companies who do provide liability insurance, that's the first thing they're asking for. They'll say, just limit the liability, then we'll write all that you want. But obviously, the legislature were probably and the agencies were reluctant to ever go down that path. And so basically, risk pool is the methodology. I also call it a MIWA. We have MIWAs, which are multiple employers association are coming together and providing it. But those are for insurance, and MIWAs are for health insurance, which is really what the risk pools that we know of today do. But you have to look at Primex as the model, and that is we're talking about what kind of insurance that cities and towns and schools have for liability insurance for breaking your neck because you had a crack in the driveway. Okay, so in this case, it's much more extreme that if there was a teacher that sexually abused students, and you do hear about those cases, but a lot of them it is they're just going after the teacher, and there are not too many people who are blaming the school district itself for the problem. But in this case, when it comes to daycare centers, people obviously are suing the center.
That's right.
And that's where the problem occurs.
And what we hear is a lot of times those daycare and child care centers are just settling those claims via cash, not even putting in an insurance claim because they know very well one of two things is going to happen. More likely they're going to be non-renewed, or second, they're going to get a premium increase that's just going to blow them out of the water. And I want to emphasize a point that Representative Hunt just made. So when you talk to industry about this particular problem, and we've been at it 5 years, what they tell you is we need some version of tort reform. So we need liability caps, we need perhaps a ban on third-party litigation funding. What I've been a proponent of is third-party litigation disclosure, which was in fact a piece of legislation that you all had before you last year, or excuse me, the last session. It was refiled. It did not come to this committee this time around. It went to House Judiciary. It didn't fare terribly well. Because what you have and what you have had in the past is a battle between the entities that are struggling to find this coverage at an affordable price versus the plaintiff's attorneys who represent these victims. And determining whose side you want to fall on in that argument is incredibly difficult. And yet, in the meantime, you have these compelling state interests. Expanding workforce. Well, you cannot get people back into the workforce if, as they are having families, they have nowhere to place their children in terms of a safe environment. Mental health, SUD. We've done a lot as a state the past decade to try to rebuild New Hampshire's behavioral health system. Again, if we don't have partners to operationalize that work, we're not going to make progress. We've done a lot as a state to improve our child protection system. Well, if that system does not have the partners that serve as the scaffolding around the core mission of what they do, then we're not going to have the system that ultimately we want to have. And so what I've tried to do here, and what Senator Ricciardi certainly has tried to do, is to say we're not going to engage in this definition of insanity where we're going to keep bringing the same proposals forward again and again and again and having the same result. We need to try to do something different. And so out of our deliberations and conversations with her has come this proposal.
Right. So, and the last thing I want to say to answer your question, absolutely there is a potential that the whole thing could fail if there was claims right off, okay? But we're assuming that the success of this is going to be that the the different nonprofit daycare centers that are going to sign up are going to pay attention to, the best practices and how to avoid these incidents, are really going to be focused on being committed to not having a claim occur. And so therefore they'll build up their reserves. And just imagine for a moment, we all say, wouldn't it be nice if employers or school districts had daycare centers within the school district? Well, do you think you don't think Primex is pointing out to them the exposure of having one of those, and that's the reason why a lot of businesses and school districts don't have these kind of daycare centers.
Yep, the actuaries would be raising their hands saying, well, we're going to have to appropriately account for that risk. And what that ultimately means, of course, is increased premiums.
You call them, I call them the guys with the green shade.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, you call them
the actuaries, the math nerds.
Right.
I love the math nerds.
You call them the math guys. Right?
That's right.
But to me, they're the guys with the green shades.
That's right.
But, okay. Yes, Representative Herbert.
Paying the bills would help.
That's a general. That's generally a good idea in all of life.
Where are you going with that, Chris? Let's stay focused on this issue. Everybody pays their bills, right? Okay. All right, okay.
Last session gave everybody a big tax. And
Okay. Where are you going with this, Chris?
I'm just telling the truth.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well,
all right. Thank you for yes.
Looking for money, that's where it is.
No, okay.
Well,
okay.
the key
We're
thing
looking
there
for
is,
deep
though,
pockets, I guess. Yeah, right.
Remember, though, a lot of the entities we're talking about are nonprofits who don't pay taxes.
They don't, right, and they don't have deep pockets.
That's right.
They barely. I mean, think of how many daycare centers go out of business just economically, but yes, their insurance is part of the problem.
Thank
Yes,
you. So I
Representative
understand you're going to oversee, but who's actually doing the mechanics? And I understand, from our discussions about risk pools, so who actually does all of the mechanics, figure out what the reserves are, does all the operational aspects? I'm not sure who does that.
Each of the,
You pull the mic a
I'm
little
sorry.
closer.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
So each of the entities that would apply for one of these arrangements needs to submit a detailed application, and included in that application is an actuarial analysis that would establish where the capital is coming from, and that the program would be actuarially sound. And then also that would be part of the department's review of the application to see what they submitted relative to the capital and to the actual review that they had done, among other items that look at the viability of the program. And they have to set forth a full plan of management and operation that explains how it's going to work, including what the agreements would be between the participants in the program, and what coverages would be offered. And it does forecast all of this down the road. It's including the application process.
It's
I'm
quite a
sorry,
bear to
quick
put one of these
follow-up.
together. Quite a bear.
I'm
It's going to
sorry.
be a real help. It's quite a bear to put one of these together.
Okay, right, that's what I was wondering. So we're looking for a company or somebody,
Well, no, they're going to
Entity, an
organize together.
entity.
They come together.
Right,
They'll
but
create their own
it's-
board,
right.
and then they're going to then.
So we're looking to get somebody to step up and do that. And we're
Yes.
trying to
Right.
make it, we're trying to set the parameters so that someone would actually want to do that and actually make a profit.
Imagine back in 1986.
A good year.
1986, when these schools all started to come together, they had a meeting to create school care, to create that risk pool.
They could
This
hire
is exactly that same
party.
situation.
They're gonna specify who's doing it.
So the board will make the governance decisions.
They have to pay in. There's money they got to pay in.
So the board will make the governance decisions. The board will make the governance decisions. They're ultimately responsible for overseeing how the program works. But within the structure as it currently stands, they have the flexibility to contract with a third-party administrator that will help do the basic blocking and tackling of premium collection, paying out claims, that type of thing.
Much like the family leave bill. When we passed the family leave bill.
That's right.
We contracted out and to have somebody else who was going to facilitate it, but that the structure.
That's a very fair analogy.
Thank
Yep.
you.
The statute kind of set the structure. MetLife ultimately was the entity that came in to make it all happen
I've been around.
So
for a while.
quick question. So is there anyone out in the marketplace that might be interested if this was in place, or is this?
In serving
putting
as
it in
a third-party
place and-
administrator?
No, just for the entire program, someone that would want to take on this business.
It has to be a nonprofit among the organizations that are participating.
Right, so you're setting the parameters in place to pave the way for somebody to be able to do this.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And I wouldn't be surprised that one of the companies that are still in the business will be the one who wins the bid to become the facilitator. Much like MetLife. Okay, any other questions? I think that was a wonderful
All
presentation.
right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Is it written presentation? You can watch the tape. Okay. Okay. I have one other card here, Jennifer O'Higgins and Brian Clark. And Department of Health and Human Services, who are intimately involved in listening to all these problems as they were being developed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hunt and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS, and here today with
Brian Clark, I'm General Counsel for the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start Collaboration.
So thank you so much for taking our testimony today. We're here to provide some information. DHHS sees SB 614 as a constructive step towards addressing these insurance liability issues that you have heard much about already. You had many questions that hopefully are all helping us all to understand the issues at hand. So we have really appreciated the insurance department's leadership in this area and building on years of work of joint collaboration. Just for some context from DHHS DHHS, the most DCYF placed children are served through state licensed homes, but however, there are some independent providers that you have heard about today, and they often can serve higher need children with significant mental health and behavioral health challenges, and face this elevated risk exposure that you've been hearing about. And so for that reason, they're, uniquely exposed, and they serve this small role within our continuum of services, but it is a critical role. And, when youth are maybe affected in a disproportionate way when they're stepping down from higher levels of care, and creates this system constraint. And so, as you also heard, from the Commissioner Betancourt, that we have been working so much as a priority at DHHS with expansion of childcare, expansion of our children's system of care, our behavioral health system, and our DCYF work, right? Those have been priorities for the department over a number of years. So this aligns with that work and sets us up for some potential for expansion in those areas, or at least allowing for opportunity that doesn't exist today. So you've also heard a lot about how this will take time, and it's not just the fix. And so this does align with the understanding that there's not a silver bullet here, but as we've discussed with the New Hampshire Insurance Department, meaningful reform will take, multi-stepped and probably multi-year process. But we do believe that this is a step in the right direction, and DHHS is here to be, supportive of our insurance department partners, and hoping that SB 614 will help to open a door, even if it won't solve affordability on its own. And we remain committed to being partners in that, and looking at monitoring the uptake and the feasibility, and supporting our providers in their understanding of their options, things like that throughout the future. So Brian and I have not been the people at DHHS that have been intimately involved, so we could attempt to take your questions, but we're not sure if we'll know them, but we'd be happy to bring them back
You'll
to the
take it
department.
back to them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have just one question, okay? As I use the family leave as a comparison, and as some people remember, it was a brilliant idea by the governor to use the state employees to be the critical mass to get the family leave program off the ground. Do we have any entity or anything in the state of New Hampshire that could play that role, that be that critical mass to make one of these things?
And not that I'm aware of, but it's a great question for us to think creatively about these solutions that may take us a while to
So
really
that's your charge, is to
get to
go
the bottom
find
of
that.
it. I will bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more cards on 614. Anybody else wants to speak? If not, I will close the public hearing on 614, and now we have Senator Roquefort. And we start out with Senate Bill 665, requiring pharmacies to charge consumers the lowest available price for prescription prices.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Rochefort, representing New Hampshire Senate District 1. I am not the prime sponsor of 665, so I'm here to introduce this bill on behalf of Senator Ricciardi, who, as you know, is attending a policy roundtable in Washington, D.C. So she provided me with written testimony, which I will provide to you, and I guess we'll go from there. So the idea for this legislation came to her after constituents raised concerns about lower cost drug options not being disclosed during their visits to the pharmacy. In many cases, pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, are fully aware that a consumer could pay less, however, do not inform the consumer. Most consumers never even have the chance to know about these options, nor that they have a right to ask about them. During the legislative process, as is often the case, the bill was revised by the Health and Human Services Committee to broaden its scope and address issues related to PBMs and the cost of health care more generally. I greatly appreciate the work done by the Senate HHS Committee on this bill. It now also addresses requirements for written agreements between parties, reporting and examination standards, fines for violations, and the prohibition of PBM steering consumers to affiliated pharmacies. Crucially, and in line with the original intent of the bill, it also requires pharmacies to make a reasonable effort to inform consumers about their right to request the lowest available drug prices. While this right is available to consumers, it is not widely known. This section of the bill gives us one crucial step towards educating consumers about their rights when it comes to the pharmacy. I am glad to have brought this bill forward and to have worked with my many partners in the Senate to address the high cost of healthcare. I look forward to hearing any questions or thoughts the committee might have, and I would like to underscore my willingness to continue to work on getting this important legislation through. Sincerely, Senator Denise Ricciardi, Senate District 9. So this bill did come out of my committee. It was there were 4 bills in the committee that had touched similar topics. We combined the 4, worked with the Department of Insurance to come up with something we felt was manageable, and that's the bill that you have in front of you. And I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions for you, and I know the department is here, and they may be speaking on this.
So I'm not going to let you get off that easy.
Come on.
I know that you brought it for her, but wouldn't you say it is truly a freedom of speech that any consumer can ask their pharmacist, is there a cheaper way that I could get this drug?
Any consumer can ask any pharmacist anytime if there's a cheaper way to get a prescription drug. So A. B, I think the consumers at large have been conditioned. We see it on television. There's advertisements for discount programs. Ask your pharmacist for whatever. Even in the doctor's office, even though I'm a pharmacist, last time I was in the doctor's office and he prescribed a drug, I said, that's going to be expensive. I don't know what's going to be covered. He goes, ask your pharmacist.
He offered that up to
Yes,
you.
he did. And the physician said, ask the pharmacist at Rite Aid. They may have some better options for you. So yes, any consumer can ask any question of any pharmacist at any time. In fact, the standard in pharmacy is to consult with patients about a variety of issues, primarily about clinical issues, but those conversations often lead to other ones. And in my nearly 30 years as a pharmacist, we're always looking for better deals for patients.
Right. In your 30 years, you've never said to the consumer,
No.
I don't have the time to help you out.
In
with this
fact,
question."
the PBM folks behind me may offend them, but I've even said, you know what, this drug is going to be cheaper if you don't use your insurance. And
You have actually said
I
that.
have actually
to
said
me.
that. Yes.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked. Thank you very much for your testimony.
All right. What was the answer to?
What would be the
absolutely.
answer?
Yes. So the answer. I was put on I was put on an expensive drug for cholesterol. It was $250 a month. They got me a discount card, and it discounted down to $39 a month.
Nothing like a good RX card.
Yes.
And I think
That's it. All right. Thank you.
I got what I wanted.
All right.
Okay. So, DJ and Michelle, dare to. You didn't write it this time, but I assume you're neutral.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Oh, it's not
DJ's
DJ. Okay.
Opted to sit this out unless you need him, but we have.
Yeah, you got the
Dr.
medical
Jason
director,
Haas is here.
yep.
So, for the record, my name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Director of Life and Health at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. This bill does a lot of different things, and we did take part in helping draft a portion of the amendment, and then when it was in the Senate, there were some additional amendments added on. But this does help address a lot of the issues that were brought up in some of the other bills. Do you want the long version or the short?
Well, let me put it this way. Other than the last minute amendment that came on the Senate floor, is there other parts of this bill?
This bill is a major rewrite of our PBM statute in some respects. So
Yes.
I'll take you to kind of the Cliff's Notes version, not
Please.
the medium version. So, as you all probably know, we have a PBM statute, that is 402N. That relates to the licensure of PBMs. PBMs, as defined in that statute, is fairly narrow, and there is a carve-out if the insurance company owns the PBM, then they may not qualify as a PBM if they're not doing business with other entities. And so that's kind of a loophole, but rest assured, we still require everyone to get licensed. So if you're not licensed as the PBM, there can be instances where you're licensed as a TPA instead. And so there's kind of this complex matrice that we have to work with sometimes to figure out how the entity needs to be licensed. What this amendment does, or this bill does, is that it cleans up that definition a little bit and takes out that carve out for PBMs that are owned by health insurers. But it doesn't go beyond what we at the insurance department regulate, which is the commercial fully insured market. And that's where we tie in the definition. So if the PBM has a contract with a fully insured plan, then they're a PBM that has to be licensed within our statute. They make some changes to penalties and making it clear that a continuing violation is a separate violation that you can be fined for. It puts in some of the requirements that are already in the TPA statute that do not currently exist in the PBM statute. But really, these entities are very similar, except that a PBM is really only focused on prescription drug. And so it requires a written agreement, and that means there needs to be a written agreement between the carrier and the PBM outlining what exactly is being delegated to them and covering what their charges are. There needs to be some oversight of the PBM, like with TPAs. It also revamps the reporting of data we're currently getting under 402N and gives us, we think, a better set of data to work with. It had originally been, I think, quarterly, but ultimately got landed on semi-annually that we would collect this data and be able to use it. Within this, there are still carve-outs for Medicare, Medicaid, the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program administered by DHHS. All of that stuff remains, but it did move around, so you may see that not in its normal place. Just want to highlight that for you. It also makes clear that the PBM, the acts of the PBM are considered the acts of the carrier.
Oh, what a surprise.
That was part of what a lot of the advocates wanted. We were talking about fiduciary duty, so we put in language making it very clear that anything that PBM does pursuant to their contract are the acts of the carrier. It's in line with how we've always interpreted it, but now it'll be in statute if you pass the bill. It also cleans up some of our investigative and exam authority to make it more explicit. It has a savings clause, so PBM legislation is a prime area for litigation. And so in helping craft this amendment, we were trying to stay outside of those areas that are more likely to end up in litigation. And so we put a savings clause in there as well, that if any parts of this are struck, it doesn't strike down the entire bill, so that we would still be able to do aspects of this. It also makes some changes to 420J, which is our managed care law. There's some provisions in there that are more specific to prescription drugs, not necessarily PBM. It does incorporate that same language that we talked about earlier in, yes, SB 455 or 554? 544. So it has some of that same language to 420J. It also puts in a requirement to the extent
So
that
they
there
just repeat, they lifted the same language. And
yes,
put it
they
in
do
both
have the
those.
same matching language.
It's
in
called
there.
two bites
So
of
if
that
If you
apple.
pass both of them, they won't be in conflict. They won't be in conflict with each other.
Yeah.
There's also a notice requirement. So if a PBM or carrier wants to go on site to do an on-site audit of a pharmacy, they have to provide at least 7 days notice, and then they can get an additional 7 days to prepare for that if they need it. There is also, cleaning up the documentation requirements. And-
They're just asking me to repeal the whole statute altogether.
And there's also, in some of the bills that were introduced, there was talk of spread pricing and putting limits on that. This bill makes it clear that spread pricing is allowed, but there has to be disclosures if it is being used. That covers most of the highlights, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a basic question. That's a very complicated bill, and what's the history of that language? Do we know? Is it standard? Other states have it, or where did it originate?
General PBM legislation. So some states do license.
The bill that you just went over. Yeah.
Yeah, so we already have a PBM law. This is cleaning up some of the language in the PBM law. Some states do have laws regulating PBM and requiring license. I would say on the spectrum, some are way more onerous than what we are, and some states have no laws on PBMs. So I'd say we're more consistently in the middle. What we were trying to do as we were helping craft this amendment is just making sure that we're staying within the parameters of what we have very clear jurisdiction to regulate in the fully insured market, and not trying to go beyond that, which some states, that's where they have gotten into trouble in litigation, is kind of pushing the bounds on how far they can regulate outside of the traditional fully insured
But
market.
just a quick follow-up. We're talking about replace all, or
Okay,
No.
so
is it
let me
housekeeping, or is it a
give you my
rewrite?
history, and then we can take it from this. Needless to say, this legislation I voted against. It became law when I was not the chairman of this committee. Ed Butler was. This bill was sponsored, I guess it's fine, I can say, Donna Susi. She wanted to license and regulate PBMs. I have always said from day one, I haven't changed what I've said throughout, is exactly what that little language dropped into the bill says, is that the PBMs are still regulated. They are a subcontractor of an insurance company, a health insurance company. And if someone has a problem with the PBM, it is ultimately the responsibility of that insurance company that hired that PBM. And all of this was, the original law started out just licenses using John Hunt's rule of licensure, okay? But defied the logic of John Hunt's rule of licensure because there was nothing to license because they are a subcontractor. So it's like, let's go after the subcontractor when ultimately it's the contractor who's involved, whose license is really on the line. So all of this is just the fluff around this licensure statute. But at the end of the day, that one sentence says it all, that if you have a problem, the PBM has a problem, or whatever issue that comes up, it ultimately, the insurance department is not going to waste a lot of time on the PBM. They're going to be focused on the health insurance company that allowed that PBM to do that fraudulent activity.
I'm having trouble with the fiduciary designation on this. The PBMs have a contract with the carrier in most cases. And like you said, if there's a problem for instance, if the PBM is not living up to the contract,
correct,
the carrier goes after the PBM because that's what they have.
We would expect, yes.
Yes. And if there's a problem with the, I guess the patients or whatever, they're going to go they should be going after the carrier.
Exactly.
So why do we need a fiduciary designation when it's all bound up in contracts anyway?
We can have a very lively discussion with this bill in subcommittee. And like I said, I can't believe they dared to send this over here, and knowing that my attitude towards PBMs, but it is what it is.
If I might, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The specific answer to your question, Representative, is the situation has gotten more complicated by the fact that insurance carriers now own and operate their own PBMs.
Right.
And pharmacies also own and operate their own PBMs. So that's where the contractual relationship gets more complicated. Now, I will say this, and this may surprise you, and I'm going to keep one eye on the committee and one eye on Curtis Barry over there. Of all of the changes that you see in this bill, we had a meeting a while back with the PBMs and industry to talk about this proposal as it was working its way through the Senate. And what you're most likely to hear in the testimony to follow are two predominant objections, but two only. One is the fiduciary duty piece of it, and the other is the reporting frequency piece of it. Not bad. 2 out of 3, not bad. I'll take that batting average. So despite the fact that you see a lot of changes there, the areas that are causing some friction are really down to 2 or 3 items. Because what the thrust of the rest of the changes is seeking to do is to clean some things up, inject more transparency into the process, which is something that I think, broadly speaking, is something that we all can support. So a lot of changes, but in reality, where the conflict is really coming down to are a pretty narrow set of issues. And to Michelle's earlier point, where we have been a real beneficiary in putting this proposal together is seeing how many other states, because PBM reform is a very, very popular movement right now across the country. A number of states have really tried some dramatic overhauls and have wound themselves up in court, whether via issues with federal government preemption, so ERISA preemption, or in going too far in infringing upon things that are proprietary in nature. This proposal learned from those mistakes and the adverse rulings to the states in those cases and have sidestepped that issue. So there has been a benefit and a great deal of guidance in putting the proposal together from that standpoint.
Which then begs my question, which is, given that we have extra time now, because this is not an early bill, if we thought that maybe the best thing to do is revisit the whole statute and put in all these things that address the real proper relationship between a PBM and the insurance company, could we be doing better off just by revising and cleaning up this statute so that we really show who the obligations are and the responsibilities are, and not clutter it around with this licensure issue?
I'll let Michelle probably give you the technical answer.
I mean, we have 402N on the books, so we took the approach of taking a scalpel to it and, cutting. I don't know that we necessarily cut, but we were much more strategic in
Made it leaner.
to focus on where we thought we could really make some changes for
Right.
the better. If you wanted to, I mean, I think it's a good vehicle since it's already there. I think to repeal 402N and to rewrite 402J would be more of a drastic change that would require a lot more work.
Oh,
This
you
late in the
need
game.
a summer for that, right?
Yeah.
And a larger philosophical
Okay.
discussion as to whether or not you believe that integration of these entities is a benefit or not. And on that discussion, even Dr. Azaz and I have a little bit of a disagreement. Dr. Azaz sees integration as a good thing because it increases efficiency and streamlines things. I get a little bit more uncomfortable with it only insofar as the PBM is supposed to be the neutral negotiator that's supposed to be getting the best deal in the
Right.
end for the consumer. And when you have complex
For the
complicated
consumer?
relationships,
For the consumer?
the consumer.
No. PBM's job is
Well,
not for the
listen,
consumer. The consumer is to make sure that they get the drugs at the cheapest possible price.
That's the benefit for the consumer.
And also for the insurance company.
Well, I mean, that's, again, so if you want to go down that road, you're going to get yourself into a deeper philosophical
okay.
conversation.
Wait a minute, doesn't that depend on what the contract says? If the contract says I want a 10% decrease, and he gets a 10% decrease, but he was able to find the price for something more lower than that.
Right.
But the
I
what
can't
the
imagine
carrier wanted
the
was that.
contract would be that as simple as that. The contract is going to
That's what defines it.
Yeah, what's in the contract. I agree.
Yeah, and I
So,
think to get back to
all
the
right.
fiduciary duty, just real quick, I think there's been litigation around fiduciary duty. That is really in markets we don't regulate. Those are ERISA plans. And so when you hear reference to fiduciary duty and some of the litigation, those are for ERISA plans where there are different requirements and fiduciary duties. That does not apply here.
Anyways.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
here's
think
my
that's why
last
you see
question.
fiduciary
Here's my
duties
last
sometimes.
question. Is there anything in this bill that really needs to get passed right away, or could we interim study this bill and then come back with something that makes more sense? Is there anything in this that really needs to be passed?
I think we did a great job. Michelle did a great job redefining PBM, harmonizing it across
Yes.
all of our statutes. And so I wanted to point out what the commissioner just spoke about, and there was a response, a righteous response among committee members about the fact that consumers aren't benefiting from these discounts. And I think you're right, but it's important to note that we have two statutes that idealistically aim to or are supposed to work synergistically.
Right.
402N is supposed to give us some of the transparency. I remember you said this. Where's the funny money? This value of the rebates.
Right, the
We
rebates,
can't track
right.
it down and understand how it is or is not getting remunerated back to the premium payers.
Theoretically.
We have another statute. It's 415A, Section 7. It's called the excess cost sharing,
Okay,
which has two choices. I'd rather not have two choices, really more of a directive approach that insurers can decide whether or not the value of the rebates get remunerated.
Well, I was worried about the total, bill, because using the total net law, the liability that the minimum loss ratio. That was my bogey, was the minimum loss ratio, where those coupons, where those kickbacks, rebates were showing up
Those
in
are
the minimum
different.
loss ratio.
The medical loss rebates are different than the pharmacy rebates. The pharmacy rebates are a massive nominal
Well, the
value.
pharmacy rebate would be a payout or a negative to the payout.
Yeah, but the MLR rebates are net of pharmacy rebates, so those are different rebates.
No, they can't be negative. At the
They're-
end of the day, they've got to be the cost.
So I think what you're talking about is how do they factor into the medical loss
That was
ratio
my key, that's my
Yeah.
question.
And that is it does offset your claims, but you can't look at it as, a day-to-day thing because the rebates are based off of, a contractual period.
And a look back.
And so
It's a
there's
look
different
back.
things you're looking at. And so it's a lot more complicated than that. But I think what Jason's talking about is there's certain metrics in the data that,
The pharmacy
wanna-
rebate, which is about 20% across all PBMs of the total drug spend in the state. You
Right.
want to know where that money's going and whether or not it's getting remunerated back to
Exactly.
the citizens. There are two choices in 415A, Section 7, to remunerate that back to the patient at the point of sale,
Right.
has some,
Which is, right.
or remunerate it back into the premium pool to offset future years' premiums. That's difficult to reconcile. And so I don't think that we need an entire rehaul of the statute. The revisions that we've made aim to give us that information.
Okay.
We just need to probably do a better job as a government, a federal and state government, tracking that data back to the citizens, because right now it's intractable.
Right. And all I want to know is this bill solving that problem, or
It's a
are
start
we
to
better
it.
off, rewriting it so that we
No, I think
focus it?
if you look at all of the different PBM related bills over the last several years,
Yeah.
they've kind of been all over the place.
Yeah.
And I think maybe I'm being naively optimistic here, but I think this bill has more, not so much consensus, but less resistance maybe.
Well, I don't know. I
any of the
got
other bills
a
we've
bunch of cards of people who are opposed to the
So I guess
bill
we'll
here.
find out. But I think we're
For
closer.
3 issues,
Yeah,
only
I think
3 issues.
We're closer to.
Only 3. I don't know. You
agreeing
haven't
on
asked Curtis. He's probably got more than 3. Just 3. Okay.
So if there
So if
are
we solve those
amendments-
3 issues, so we can,
Yeah, I think if there are amendments,
We
they
can't-
would be doable in this session.
and then I can put my repeal in and all of it next year. Thank you very much. Okay. Who do we go first? Why don't we go with you, Curtis, because this affects you guys the most.
Thank you. It's okay, Sam can come up with. it
Yes,
again.
Sam, yes, Helen May. Yes, nice to see you again, Sam.
All right, give me a minute.
That's great.
For the record, I am Sam Hollemeyer with PCMA, which is the Trade Association for America's Pharmacy Benefit Managers. and Curtis Barry, also here on behalf of PCMA. First of all, I sent an email to the committee with an outline and some commentary in some of the sections of the bill. And by the way, the commissioner was right. When we had the discussion, it was 2 issues. The third one came up in a floor amendment. in
The floor
Senate.
amendment is gone.
Well,
That floor amendment.
But understand there were 2 floor amendments, and that's why
Oh,
he
there's
missed the
another
third.
floor
one.
amendment.
He
Okay.
missed he missed the third one because the discussion was in between.
Okay, let me cut to the question.
Sure.
Are these problems fixable? Can you guys, in the next 2 weeks, fix these problems, or do you really going to need us to weigh in on these?
I can only speak for PCMA and the PBM members of PCMA. Everybody following that has a pink card can speak to other sections.
Right.
Okay. Can I address one of the questions that came up that is not one of our 3 first, which is your
Number 4, okay.
Your assertion that the patient can ask if there's something cheaper.
Right.
The answer is yes, and that's only part of the answer. The answer is, in the email which you see, there are 2 pieces on the statutes that address this directly. First of all, there is a statute 41526. The PBM or the insurer shall require the pharmacy to charge an enrollee a usual and customary price or the contracted co-payment, whichever is less. So there's a statute on the books directing the pharmacy to charge the patient the lesser of those 2. That's already on the books. In addition, we have 420J8 contract standards that prevents a PBM contract with a pharmacy from containing a gag clause. So we can't tell the pharmacy, you cannot tell the customer.
Right.
This is already addressed.
Right.
So on the 3 issues, it's section 3. First of all, don't understand, I think it's already been raised, why 2 very large, sophisticated organizations needed dictate in the statute that you have to have a written contract. It's not like they're going to operate on a handshake. But specifically in that section requires the fiduciary. I'm not sure if we need to go further into that. It's unnecessary. And beyond the fact that it's unnecessary, it is misplaced. A fiduciary, according to the Department of Labor's, the ERISA law, and legal standards, a fiduciary is an entity that has discretion over what happens. A PBM does not have discretion in its contractual relationship with a health carrier or anyone else. That is plain simple. It would end up being costly, at least in litigation. Section 4 is the reporting. Currently, as you heard, the reporting is annual. We're perfectly fine with that. I think we're perfectly fine with the additions to the reporting here, with the exception that it's semi-annual. I don't think, and you can ask the department, that there is any benefit to adding an additional reporting of rebates, et cetera, during the year. First of all, rebates are looked at retrospectively. Rebates are accumulated retrospectively because they're volume discounts. You don't know that they take place until the drug
After the
is sold or prescribed. Second, it's just an administrative burden. We have to report again during the year. It's additional cost on the PBM, and that gets passed on
Yeah,
somehow.
but I cannot underestimate the importance that it needs to be correlated to the year then in the calculation of the minimum loss ratio. You understand how important that is to
I
me?
understand. Yeah. But my question to you would be, does reporting twice a year enhance that? I don't know.
Doesn't have to be twice a year,
Okay.
but that I'm more worried about the clock, the count, the dollar amount
Sure.
fitting in to the right year, because that's how premiums are calculated.
Yes,
So I'm holding you responsible to not muck up those numbers.
not me personally. The last section is one of the floor amendments. We call it steering. It says that the carrier or the PBM cannot provide an incentive for directing the patient to a less costly pharmacy. That is counterintuitive.
Don't look at that discount that good RX card that's sitting on the countertop.
Right. It's another example that I've mentioned to this committee before. They've chosen to apply it to fully insured commercial plans. The Senate could have applied that provision to the state employees plan. They chose not to. They could have applied it to Medicaid. They chose not to. And why? Because it costs money. Lastly, on that part, Representative Spear was part of a study committee just 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was Senate Bill 440. She spent she would think, an excruciating summer. In the study committee statute, the bill that established the study committee, had a laundry list of areas to look at in the prescription drug area. This was one of them. That study committee made no recommendations in this area. So those are the three, section 3, 4 on the semi-annual, and
So they
section
created
14.
another study committee?
I'm sorry?
Do they create another study committee?
In this bill? No.
No, okay.
Thankfully, no. We've averaged, Mr. Chair, in my, believe it or not, I think this is my 25th session representing the PBM industry in one form or another. We've averaged a study on PBMs every 3 years. Not every 3 sessions, every 3 years. Did I miss anything? No.
Okay. Any questions from the committee members? Everything you ever want to know about PBMs? You're afraid to ask?
We would spend a couple hours. I have a couple of handouts I'll pass out unless there are questions.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Paula Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Paula Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of America's Health Insurance Plans. And of course, the plans are in the background when we're talking directly about PBMs, but we're a huge presence in the background. AHIP members, I don't believe, engaged in any deep conversations about the bill as amended after hearing and as amended on the Senate floor. And so it has 13 or 14 sections, and last evening I sort of went down through it to see how many areas of insurance law it touched. And it touched the managed care area with a couple of provisions. It touched across a course on 402N, which is the chapter that deals with PBMs. It also went into the issue on excess costs. And I had never even looked at that chapter before. So when I sort of went through my first review of it, I thought the committee here is going to be hearing, I think for the first time recently, a significant piece of legislation that has all sorts of pharmaceutical implication, PBMs, carriers alike. And I thought it's going to be sort of a heavy lift. So in listening to the people who spoke earlier, it sounds as though there may be some agreements upon which of the items in the bill are most troublesome or lack agreement, and what other sections of the bill might be plucked out. One thing I want to raise is one of the sections of the bill, and I've forgotten which one it is actually a replication of the bill that Senator Fenton is behind. And in fact, that was a sort of a touching hearing where people were struggling to understand the exception process and understand whether it was an adverse determination. And there's a simple fix to that. So I'm sure to just leave that aside, if the committee wants to interim study, could be somewhat troublesome, but it could also come back next session. So I guess what I'm really asking is there any rush in any of this? Is there anything this session that needs to be addressed? And I hear the department, they clearly are struggling with the regulatory authority over PBMs and how far to go with that. They have an ERISA preemption protection as one of the sections of the bill in this draft. There's a lot going on, and I really would hope that the committee would look at it short term to see if there's some things that can be plucked out, and maybe in a longer term basis, get into some of the more pressing regulatory implications in the environment. So I'll leave it at that, and
Perfect.
thank you.
Okay, sorry. Cal, you want to wave off? You still here? Cal, you have a Cam, excuse me, I'm sorry. And your last name starts with an L, so I was merging it together.
I'm glad I got back there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cam Lapine. I work at Orrin Reno. Here today representing Cigna. With me is Margaret Reynolds. She lives in Amherst. She's the Government Affairs Senior Director at Cigna. We are in opposition to the bill. The commissioner said there were 2 areas of disagreement. Curtis said 3. I counted 5. I think maybe the chairman's idea of interim study is a good idea. I'm going to highlight a couple of issues and then hand it over to Margaret to talk about a couple more. I want to start off by thanking Representative Spear, though. I think, Representative Spear, you raised 2 very good points on the fact that there is always a contract between the plan and the PBM. This isn't a Wild West situation. And then also on the fiduciary piece, that is one of the issues that Margaret will speak to. But thank you for raising those. The commissioner, or maybe it was Michelle, mentioned that a piece of the bill deals with addressing fines and penalties. As amended by the Senate, those fines are $10,000 per violation, and each day of noncompliance is a separate violation. That's the same increased violation that was in the department's technical bill, HB 1197, when they introduced it. This committee very wisely amended that down to $5,000 and a flat violation. If the committee felt it wise to do it in the technical bill, we think that it would be wise to match those here, so $5,000 flat. The statement of legislative intent in this bill is confusing. It's on page 14, lines 1 through 3. I'm sorry, page 4, lines 1 through 3. If the department had said when they introduced the bill.
I strip legislative intent out.
Fantastic.
That only shows up in chapter law and it's lost, so I don't waste my time. I strip it out.
Fantastic.
I sometimes use it for the blurb. When the committee report, I'll use that. But
and then on the reporting piece, annual versus semi-annual, Curtis spoke to that a little bit, but I just want to reference in the Senate hearing report for Senate Bill 547, which is one of the other PBM bills that got merged into this bill. There was a discussion about whether or not there was utility to looking every 6 months. And Dr. Azes emphasized that he thinks annual reporting is sufficient, especially in terms of operationalizing data. And in the broader conversation, that was because if you're doing it 6 months, you have to do an estimate because you would have to look back, and the chair is nodding at me, so I will stop talking.
Estimates.
And I'm
We
going to
just
hand
want
it
the
over to
real
Margaret
number.
to hit some other points.
So yes, hi, I'm Margaret Reynolds. I'm with Cigna. We also own Express Scripts, which is a pharmacy benefit manager. So in full disclosure, I will be speaking with my Express Scripts hat on. But folks have hit on the fiduciary duty. We do think a statement of good faith and fair dealing would be a better standard than fiduciary because PBMs are not fiduciaries. There is some audit language, semi-annual audit language between the health carrier and the PBM. It is a shall and not a may on page 2, line 18. We think that's just adding administrative burden to both entities when they should just be executing their contractual duties. Certainly if it was a may and the health carrier wanted to audit the PBM, by all means, but the shall is read as a mandate, and we think that would be a lot of admin. And then the last point I wanted to hit on, the steering amendment. New Hampshire already has an any willing provider law, any willing pharmacy. So we would just suggest that if they wanted to keep on the same intent, that a health carrier could steer a patient to an affiliate, but would need to disclose that. And that is so that plan sponsors who are utilizing the affiliate pharmacy could still drive toward a lower cost option. With that, happy to answer questions, but want to be quick.
Yeah, I was opposed to that bill too. That was Donnelly Luozo. She sponsored that one. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got one card left, Peter Bragdon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Peter Bragdon here representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. We do not own a PBM. As you've heard many times before from me, we are a regional not-for-profit
Nonprofit. Good
insurance
on.
carrier. We contract out to PBMs, and so we've this bill indirectly affects us as it affects the people we contract with, but not us. I think the whole intent of this bill has been to tie in the PBMs that are owned by, affiliated with a carrier. And they did a great job with that. And Senator Rochefort was great in the Senate working on this and recognizing one size does not fit all. But there are a few things in here that I think are perhaps unintentional, but the wording is such that it could pull Harvard Pilgrim into PBM regulations when Harvard Pilgrim is not a PBM. And I'll just point out where they are. There's, I think, 3 or 4 of them, or 5, Cam. Cam's better at counting than I am, apparently. First of all, just on page 1, lines 3 and 4, it adds the term, basically who's a PBM, adds the term or licensed health carrier or health insurer. Different attorneys have looked at this, and some say, oh, well, that includes you, and some say, no, that doesn't. I think because it could be worded better. I think the intent is to include health insurers that own PBMs. So that would be helpful if that was clarified. And then also, I think Margaret mentioned page 4, lines 1 and 3, talked about the statement of intent. I was very glad to hear, Mr. Chairman, that you plan to pull out any statement of intent. In a prior life, when I was Senate President, I looked through every bill and looked for statements of intent that I could strip out and study committees that I could either strip out or reduce the number of senators on. So, and then I have another note about the steering's been brought up. That's problematic for us. I think it's, again, designed so carriers don't steer it to affiliated PBMs. Whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know, but it includes us in that we can't direct things to lower cost pharmacies, even those that aren't affiliated with us. And then the audit provision, yeah, I agree. The shall should not be there. It should be made as a very intensive operation. We daily, weekly, monthly basis are reviewing all the numbers. And if we think an audit is needed, we can pursue that. But to just go through the exercise twice a year is a good amount of resources spent on something that doesn't accomplish anything.
When I had Harvard, it absolutely directed me to a mail order company.
Owned by Harvard?
I don't think it was owned by
Exactly.
Harvard, but it was that you had, was it Medco?
I don't know.
You used to have Harvard. Don't you remember? Was it?
I was not a high user of their services. Let's put it that way.
But yeah, they should. You don't have maintenance drugs like I do?
What's that? I'm a figure of health. Let's see. Yeah, I think the current concern is that the anti-steering language put in here, basically the wording of it could be interpreted so broadly to say you can't even steer it to a non-affiliated. So we're concerned about that. So happy to work with
We
the
need to
committee.
clarify that.
Yeah,
yes.
happy to work with the committee on anything that you decide to do on that. So other than that, kind of
I
neutral on the
probably
bill.
still
just-
have my old card. I can figure out which company it was.
There you go. Happy to take any
I think it
questions.
was Medco. But, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no more cards, close the public hearing. And last but not least, and Senator Roper, I'm sorry we kept you here all afternoons, but I'm sure you enjoy being here rather
I
than.
did, absolutely.
Because the Senate, you guys are done, right? For the, today, you didn't have anything going on this afternoon?
We didn't this afternoon. Well, I
Yeah,
missed
tomorrow. You
I
got
missed
session
caucus,
tomorrow.
but
Oh, you missed caucus.
yes, that's all right. That's all right. We're getting the people's work done here.
Yes.
Missing 2 cards.
For the record, my name is David Rochefort, New Hampshire Senate District 1. I'm here to introduce my bill, Senate Bill 647. And this bill comes, we've talked a lot about prescription drug pricing and discount cards and a lot of that today, probably more than most people, including myself, would like to hear. But here we are again. Talking about prescription drug discount programs, and we see them all everywhere. GoodRx, you name them. I mean, if you do a quick search online, you have a litany of them. But there is a new class, if you will, of discount programs that are, and there are people behind me that are going to come up and give more specifics on it. But really, they focus on transparency and accountability as far as where's the money going, who's getting the money. And I'm told that these new class of discount cards actually really result in greater discounts. I wouldn't know that because we don't have those in New Hampshire. And they're called state-sponsored discount cards. And since I was approached to do, and I'm familiar with these because I know Vermont just recently did one. Washington did one. I think Oregon did one. I think Arizona may be doing one. It was a topic that actually came about. Remember, we had the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. That was a topic that bounced around there for a long time. So I was familiar with it from back there. So when the topic came up of let's do a state-sponsored discount card. Well, how do you do that? So I called HHS. They said, we don't know how to do that. And I called Charlie Arlinghouse. We don't know how to do that. I called Department of Insurance. They said, we don't know how to do that. And I said, well, I'm going to write this bill, and it's going to land somewhere. And the Department of Insurance drew the short straw. That's where it ended up. And as we worked through this in the Senate, there was still a lot of those questions that were ultimately unanswered. So I called in some favors in the Senate. I said, listen, can we allow these guys to continue to work on this? Let them, hammer out some of the details, and we'll send it to the House, and hopefully we'll have an answer for the House when we get to the House. So I don't have an answer for you, but the folks coming behind me, I think, have made a lot more progress on this than I have since we did this. One of the things that, this program is interesting. I do want to understand the thing that got me interested in it is there's no cost to the state. There's no cost for the patients. There's immediate savings at the pharmacy counter, like we talked about, and it's a transparent program. So there's a lot of characteristics of this that I think are very positive, and they don't sell your information. That's another thing. So if you go to I told you at the previous testimony that I used a discount card. Well, a week after I used that discount card, I'm starting to get emails and text messages and phone calls from all over the place. And I just wonder if that's where they got the information. This particular one, the one that I'm thinking about called Array RX, doesn't sell your information. It's locked down. So I think it's worth exploring. And I think the folks behind me will be willing to talk about what the progress they're at right now, and hopefully we can keep this progress going and get something that we can agree on. But that's the bill.
How does it funded?
So it's funded through the rebate program, the rebates from the manufacturers. So the rebates that are so they still negotiate with the rebates from the manufacturers, and it's funded through that.
So you
as I
don't get
understand.
the full rebate, the manufacturer, because
So
some of the money's carved off.
it's
to
it's
operate it?
self-funded, so there's a little bit of rebate, and they'll be able to tell you how much of that rebate, I think, or how much of that is used to fund the program, but it's funded with the rebates from the manufacturers.
Because my experience is the only ones that had rebates is the name brand products, the expensive ones. But the things that are generic, there's not any
Well,
rebates for them.
in the brand names really are where we
Rebates
run into
are.
problems, and that's where, as far as the cost of drugs. I mean, you can go to Walmart and get a lot of drugs for $4, and
Right, generic.
I tell people that if they ask. And
Can you see how Walmart?
they ask. And generic drugs can be bought very inexpensively. I think Mark Cuban has programs now. You can find generics that are it's the brand name drugs where there's pretty
Right,
significant
that's right.
rebates.
Right, well,
there.
that was the whole issue
Yep.
we had with the coupons.
Yep.
Is that they get you hooked on that drug, the more expensive drugs, and then the coupons ran out.
Yep.
The rebates ran out.
Yep.
And then the person says, well, why can't I get this at a good price? Oh, well, there's no more coupons and rebates available.
Yep. Yep.
We've had this bill before.
Not this one. This is a.
Well, I know
yeah.
this is a state-sponsored
and
one.
they'll talk to you about it.
State-sponsored.
They'll get into all the details, and you can, and I will defer to them.
Perfect.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Stephanie Craig, it was state of Connecticut, so kind of help us see how this all works. Okay. And you're Sam, right? Okay.
My name is Sam Burgess. I'm the Healthcare Policy Director at New Hampshire.
Sorry.
And I'm joined here by Stephanie Krieg, who is a director with the Connecticut State Office of the Comptroller. And she's also a member of the steering committee for ArrayRec. So she deals with very similar questions day in and day out. So if you have specific questions, she'll be an amazing resource for that. I thought I'd start by giving a brief overview of the ArrayRec program, and then I think I'm going to jump into a few anticipated things we're going to hear from the department. And then I'll pass it along to Stephanie, who can answer some of the more specifics because that's her daily job. So I'm going to start with what is ArrayRec. So ArrayRec, as Senator Rochefort said, is the nation's only multi-state public pharmacy collaborative that offers discounted prescription drug prices through its prescription discount card. The card carries no cost to the state, and there's no cost to members to sign up or maintain a membership. And it's really simple. It's like GoodRx in some respects, in that you sign up online, they give you a card, you show that card at the pharmacy counter, and already every single pharmacy in the state of New Hampshire is a part of ArrayRx's network. And then the member will receive the steeply discounted ArrayRx price on that drug. Other states are members of this program. As Senator Rochefort said, we have Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Connecticut. There's a few more in the pipeline, including Vermont, as he said. They've reported up to 80% savings on prescription drugs. So there's huge individual savings, but I think the really unique aspects of this program go beyond the individual savings. As Senator Rochefort said, it's a privacy-first card. It's the routine practice of commercial discount cards to sell on patient data to third-party data brokers. It's a problem. ArrayRx is a publicly administered card, has never done that, will never do that. And I think everyone recognizes that in this current time where people are really worried about where their private data and their health data is going, this is a very meaningful protection for patients. ArrayRx is also designed to stabilize local pharmacies by offering stronger, more predictable reimbursement rates than commercial discount cards. Commercial discount cards often offer opaque and variable reimbursement rates to pharmacies. ArrayRx is straightforward and clear with what the rate is with pharmacies, and that helps locally owned and rural pharmacies stay afloat. I think a really interesting part of this, and I think this is one of your questions, Representative Hunt, is the revenue generating part of this. So ArrayRx, as opposed to commercial discount cards, is actually revenue generating for the state of New Hampshire. Stephanie can explain a little more, but a portion of the administrative fee at the point of sale flows back to participating states. That means New Hampshire gains a new source of revenue without raising taxes and without creating new bureaucracy. DHHS, through the PDAB, as Senator Rochefort said before, previously estimated that the state could see hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual savings returned to taxpayers within just a few years. I'm going to give a quick summarization of where we stand with NHID and what I anticipate you'll hear from them. Based on our conversations, I think the main point you're going to hear from NHID is that they're, in a word, gun shy. They're gun shy because they think they're going to need additional resources to get this program off the ground. However, they say this on the basis of zero evidence. Based on our extensive research, our conversations with ArrayRx administrators like Stephanie Krieg, and the actual experiences of the numerous states who are already part of this program, it costs nothing for New Hampshire to join this program. It requires zero investment in resources. And as we said before, it's revenue generating for the state of New Hampshire. I like to think of joining the ArrayRx program like flipping on a light switch. One day, grant staters can access this existing program, and the next day they can. There's no requirement that you fund any positions, full stop. In fact, a number of member states that started this program have never funded a full position, and they have no plans on doing so. I'd also add that the state of Connecticut, I believe when they first launched their program, they started with just an announcement on the government website. And on that basis, on the initial announcement alone, they had, I think it was 13 or 18,000 people sign up initially for the program. So to that end, the only legwork that's optional but extremely helpful with this program is getting the word out to people that this new tool exists for granite staters. We've told NHID time and time again, community partners like New Futures and others, we'll put our resources behind spreading the word, getting the word about this program. And we even committed to funding a grant-funded position. We have a funder in mind that will focus squarely on spreading the word about this program. That is the only legwork required to get this up and running. We will take on that burden. We'll do all of this optional legwork to make sure that this program is successful in New Hampshire. So not only is this program a financial net positive for our state, NHID doesn't have to lift a finger to get it going. I think I'm going to end there. I'm just going to leave you with the sentiment that this is low-hanging fruit when it comes to addressing prescription drugs in New Hampshire. This costs the state nothing. It protects patient privacy. It brings in new revenue, and it helps patients at the pharmacy counter. I ask that you support SB 647 and bring real change that costs the state nothing. And with that, I'm going to pass the microphone to Stephanie, who can fill in some more details and answer any questions you may have.
Hi, everyone. For the record, my name is Stephanie Craig. I'm the Senior Advisor for Health Policy Initiatives at the Connecticut Office of the State Comptroller, and I'm also the ArrayRx Steering Committee member for the state of Connecticut. When I'm not running the state of Connecticut ArrayRx program, I'm also the manager for our pharmacy benefits for our state employee health plan. So I spend a lot of time looking at pharmacy contracts. I spend a lot of time talking about pharmacies, and I spend a lot of time thinking about access and affordability. We have had some really great conversations with your insurance department and some really productive conversations as well too. And I wholeheartedly understand where some of the concern might lie for promoting and sharing this program, right? In the state of Connecticut, when we passed our bill to bring the ArrayRx program to the state of Connecticut, other than my position, we had no marketing budget, no funds that went to this program. And we always say, myself and the comptroller, we go from town to town and we say our amazing CGA brought ArrayRx to the state of Connecticut, but gave us no resources to promote the program. And where we've saw the biggest support has been with our community partners. A lot of the legwork has been working with our community partners, understanding where the social determinants of health screenings have happened with our provider groups, with our hospital groups, with our community partners who are supporting folks who are in need of access and affordability, understanding where those conversations about prescription drug affordability happens, and then providing those partners with the tools and resources that they need to be successful in order to support enrollment and conversion in the program. Visibility from the state of Connecticut, yes, 100%. We happen to have some FTEs that support in-house in the comptroller's office, myself included. I have some FTEs that support this program. However, there are many states across the country that don't have that opportunity. For example, the states of Nevada, Washington, and Oregon do not have any dedicated people within their governments that fully support this program. The participating program owns the program, but the community partners are the ones who are executing and doing the work. What's really great about this program is that it is easy to implement and operationalize from the time you pass your bill. So our bill was passed in our session in 2023. I believe it was June when it was passed, and it was required to be implemented by October 1st of that year. And we easily were able to implement it and provide a tool in our toolkits for the folks who live part or full-time in the state of Connecticut, regardless of their age, income, insurance, or immigration status. This is an opportunity for the great state of New Hampshire to be able to just provide some immediate relief while you guys are working through all of these bigger challenges that come with healthcare affordability. I am happy to answer any more technical questions that you might have, and anything I can't answer, I can bring back.
Representative McAleer has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused about whether these discount cards work by themselves or in conjunction with my drug plan.
That's a great question. So these discount cards operate outside of insurance. So traditionally, the easiest way that I like to tell people when I'm telling them about the program is head to your pharmacy counter and say, I have my ArrayRx card, I have my insurance card. What's going to help me save the most money? I will say that, at the end of the day, these cards tend to be for those folks who might be on high deductible health plans, who might have a shift in their employer health insurance, who might be experiencing gaps in insurance, or, for example, if your pharmacy benefits have changed. Every 3 months, your pharmacy benefit manager changes their formulary, and what could cost you $0.
They better not.
What could cost you $0 on your pharmacy benefits could cost you more 3 months from now. And there's really no way of telling how that works. So in those moments of need, that is what a card like this is meant to address.
Representative Spear.
So I've been looking at this online to see exactly what it is. So I kind of know what it is, and based on everything you've said. But it seems to me that if you use an online pharmacy or a mail order pharmacy, you can't use this. It has to be
Yeah, so
brick and mortar.
we actually do have mail order options. So postal prescription services as well as Costco pharmacies are offered and within the ArrayRx network. So the only difference there is that if you wanted to use that mail order pharmacy, you would register on the website with a member account. And then that way you would be able to get your 90-day or your mail order completed.
You Office of Controller, it's not the insurance department, obviously.
No.
So is that under the state treasurer?
No, so the Office of the State Comptroller manages our state employee health plan as well as our finances. So I like to think we always talk about the comptroller versus the treasurer as money in versus money out. And with the comptroller, we're all worried about that money out.
So what do we have in New Hampshire that's similar to your position?
Probably most likely wherever your state employee health plan would fall might be a good position. Yeah.
Right.
Closest to what I happen
Is
to
your
be.
state employees a RISA plan?
No.
Self-insured?
Yeah.
Ours is self-insured.
We are a non-ERISA plan. Yeah.
You're not?
No.
So you're, okay. So who's your insurance?
Anthem. is our insurance company.
Anthem.
And Chairman, if I might just add, just to reiterate what Senator Rochefort said at the beginning, at the very outset of this, he went agency by agency looking for the best fit, and there was no clear-cut fit in terms of agency.
We got an Anthem.
Well, I will say, across the ArrayRx consortium of states, this program lands in a variety of different places. So in like Nevada, it's in the governor's office. In Washington and Oregon, it's in their health authorities, their respective health authorities. So it can fall in a variety of places depending on the skill set.
Well, how about depending on who's going to put it in their budget, right? Because you said FTEs, but I assume that means your salary is FTE. You're talking about the FTE.
Yeah, a portion of, yeah.
So how much is the actual budget for the program to the state of New Hampshire?
That I
Excuse me,
couldn't-
for
yeah.
Connecticut.
So for the state of Connecticut, about 60% of my time is dedicated to the ArrayRx program. Again, I like to note that that is just solely the state of Connecticut. In the states of Washington and Oregon and Nevada and Arizona, that varies wildly. There are several states that have no solely dedicated person to the ArrayRx program.
So how are they funded? Who prints the cards?
So we do have a program administrator. So that's a MODA Health
So
System.
how do they get money?
That is through the administrative fee that comes through at the point of sale. So to Senator
Administrative.
Rochefort's
So
point-
even though I'm getting a discount on the drug, you're
Yeah.
still going to bill me?
No.
You're still
So-
going to do administrative fee?
Great question. So the way that it works is that there's a small, transparent administrative fee built into the discounted price. So
The
let's
coupon
say-
that I'm going to get is that already?
Yes, part of
okay.
that is already
It sounds
built
like the
into
paint program. It
administrative
sounds like the paint program. It sounds
and
like
it is fully supporting the administration of the program.
I'd like to add just too on that. There are administrative fees and chunks taken out of the reimbursements from companies like GoodRx as well. So this is not to say that this is an exceptional amount that's taken out here, but that you don't see in GoodRx. This is a smaller amount that's specific to this. And I think beyond that, the money taken out by a GoodRx goes to that company's bottom line as revenue. It leaves the state of New Hampshire. With this program, part of that administrative fee flows back into the state of New Hampshire, and we can
Right.
use it on our own health initiatives.
I understand. So New Futures is going to fund this for us?
New Futures will put our resources behind the only work that needs to come out of the gate is to spread the message, get the word out. We will do that.
No, we want to pay the salary, whatever the control, whatever that salary.
So
You
there-
guys got a lot of money. I know you got a lot of money.
There's no need for any full-time employees of this program.
I've seen your 990.
I am not the auditor of our company. but
Well, I think it's great that you're willing to offer to underwrite this program for the state of New Hampshire.
we will certainly spread the word, and we'll apply for a grant funded
Spread the
position.
word. What does spread the word mean? Like you can take out ads. What are you gonna? Are you gonna put signs in the pharmacies? Which everybody didn't like that with the other bill. Didn't
So I
like
will say,
signs.
I can only speak for the state of Connecticut, but we have done a lot of legwork as far as developing educational resources that all of the states in the consortium have the ability to use. So those are webinars, those are educational resources and one-pagers. We have developed on our steering committee communications plans to be able to hand off to our states and say, hey, here, the legwork and the work and the strategy is already done for you. All you have to do is tell the folks in your
So
state that this is available.
I drive through Connecticut every couple months. So when I'm driving through Connecticut, where can I stop to find a flyer or find out? If I walked into a pharmacy, will I know about this plan? Would there anything?
If you walk into a pharmacy, you may hear about the ArrayRx program if you're looking for some medication.
How does he spell
and
that?
you want-
Rare? Is that
ArrayRx, one word. ARRAYRX.
ARR?
Yeah.
Okay.
RX.
RX.
Yeah.
Funky name. Okay. So, okay. Well, this will be interesting. Thank you.
That's the best thing I've heard.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
Because they're paying the bills.
Because no cost to the state. Okay. Okay. DJ Betancourt?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Once again, and still, DJ Betancourt, Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, joined this time here at the table by Michelle Heaton, who leads our Life and Health Division. So I want to redirect the focus narrowly to the issue at hand, which is what the actual legislation proposes. As I read it and understand it, what the legislation seeks to do is to give the department the authority, to give the department the ability to explore and ultimately enter into one of these programs. So essentially what you're looking at is enabling legislation. I typically don't have any problems with enabling legislation, and I know that there's been some confusion as to the department's exact position on this, which is why I'm here, to square that up, to settle that. I don't have a problem with the bill because of what it narrowly seeks to do, which is to give the department the enabling authority to explore one of these programs. Some legal authorities have said they believe the state already has this authority. Nevertheless, I don't think that there's any harm in ensuring that the department has that ability. What you've heard, I think, discussed and perhaps conflated a little bit here are two things. The first is the policy consideration. So, do we need this type of prescription drug discount program? Again, that's going to be something that's going to be debated. You've heard certainly one stakeholder's position on that as to the benefits of that. You can decide where you fall on that. My understanding is that there are a number of entities that are doing prescription drug discount programs. Whether or not you want to have another player, kind of with government backing involved in that dynamic, again, that's a policy decision for you all to make. The other, I guess, point of contention that you've heard is what are the implementation considerations? And I think that's where you've heard there's a bit of a dispute as to the resources that the department would need versus perhaps not need, depending on your perspective. So what I would say is, if this legislation were to go forward, the department would have clear authority to explore whether or not one of these programs would be a benefit to the state. And it would be at that point that we would have a lot more conversations with the stakeholders to determine and drill down into what are the actual costs, what would the resources be, the manpower, all of that, so that we can get a much clearer and better understanding of that. To my memory, I've had one pretty comprehensive meeting with stakeholders about this program. There have been some other side conversations that I've not been a part of, but needless to say, there would be a lot more dialogue around that. Now, if you want to probe what we see as perhaps some of the considerations and some of the resources that would be needed. You know, Michelle and Dr. Azis can certainly walk you through those, but I figured at this late hour in the afternoon, it would be best to
We'll do that by
redirect attention.
subcommittee.
Yes, redirect attention to what the actual bill is in front of you and the actual narrow consideration that you have to consider here.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Yes. Representative Shreves.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick question because a little confused that there are programs like Good RX, which is not administered by the Department of Insurance. Then I go to CVS, they have their own discount card, which I believe is not, regulated by Department of Insurance. So how is this program any better or comparable?
You won't get junk mail than a week later.
I'm sorry?
You won't get junk mail a week later. In other words, when you use that CVS card, you're going to get something in the mail from CVS to tell you.
When I
about
go to
other-
CVS,
other
they
things
just
to
say,
buy.
they offer that we can use CVS card and maybe your drug could be cheaper than the insurance itself.
Correct.
So, but I don't get any junk mail. Or I have Good RX app, for example, I can show it if I want to. So I just want to understand this ARX, is this a different program or does it provide more benefits than these? Or have you done anything?
So to be clear, in terms of what the department's involvement is with the programs as they currently stand, if the programs have a subscription aspect to it, we oversee and regulate them. If they are free, then we don't. In terms of what the benefits of this particular program as it's constructed would be, I mean, again, there's a policy consideration and we can get in depth into those areas during the work session. And we can further flesh that out for you.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
good. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel Wise from AARP. And you got another? Okay. Great.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ann LaForce, and I am a retired nurse and a proud AARP New Hampshire volunteer. I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and AARP in support of this bill. After decades of caring for patients across our state, I've seen firsthand how critical affordable prescription drugs are to keeping people healthy and independent. And unfortunately, too many New Hampshire residents still struggle to afford the medication that they rely on. Many people tell me that they delay filling prescriptions to try and stretch their medications because of cost. And the data reflect what I've witnessed for years is that more than half of Granite Staters worry about affording their prescriptions. And 1 in 4 has had to skip doses, cut pills in half, or leave needed medications at the pharmacy counter. As a nurse, I can tell you that these choices are not just heartbreaking, but they can be dangerous. No one should ever have to choose between taking a medication exactly as prescribed or paying for groceries, rent, or utilities. That's why I'm here in strong support of this bill, which would allow New Hampshire to create a free prescription drug discount program, which would provide significant savings on commonly used medications and would be available to all residents, regardless of age or income. Just as important, it protects consumers by ensuring that no personal data is sold. By reducing prescription drug costs, New Hampshire residents stay healthier, avoid costly medical complications, and keep more money in their pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, could you mind sharing, do you have that as
I
printed
had actually submitted this testimony earlier.
online?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you just tell me your name again?
Oh, Ann LaForce.
Ann?
LaForce, yes.
My name is Dan Wise. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. It's been a long afternoon for you, and I appreciate all your efforts to work on prescription drug issues, including the mess that you're dealing with PBMs and things like that. Just as a member of of AARP as a consumer of prescription drugs, I want to just encourage you and ultimately perhaps the Department of Insurance to take a close look at this. We support this bill. And I just want to reiterate a couple of things that I think are really, really good about it. First of all, that there's, it appears that from the other states that are doing this, whatever cost of the percentage of FTE that is being devoted to it is outweighed by the benefit, since this is a card that's available to everybody in the state, free. So if there can be some significant discounts and you think about how many people that's going to benefit, it's great bang for the state's buck. And it appears that it's a very simple program to administer. I think the privacy thing is really important. The fact that if we can have people using this card or a card that has privacy protections and where the data isn't being sold, I think that would be great. I don't want any more emails or mails from commercial organizations. So, and I think that it's something that people can benefit from at the counter. They can get a discount this way. And the other thing I want to point out is prescription drugs are an ever increasing part of the healthcare dollar. And so I really think, from what something I looked up today, it was AI, Google, so I'm not quite sure. The source, I think, was the Kaiser Family Foundation. But they said that 22% of the premium dollar is prescription drugs. So, if we can do something to bend the curve a little bit and save money, not just for the people at the prescription counter, but for the overall cost of healthcare in this country, let's do it. Thank you for your support. Are there any questions?
Representative Spear has a question.
Have you been finding the range of drugs that, I know ARP is a huge organization, that most of the drugs are in there, or it's only the generics that are in there? I mean, what's the range of the drugs that they can provide?
I think that's a question that's best directed to the folks from Array RX. I could defer to Stephanie on that. Does she?
So all FDA-approved medications are eligible for some sort of discount. I'm sorry, would you start that from the beginning?
All FDA products are available.
And anything with a national drug code or NDC level code is eligible for some sort of discount. So that includes things like diabetes testing supplies, cold and flu medication, so things both in front of and behind the pharmacy counter.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Sharice.
So if you have insurance also have a RX portion. So is this going to be on top of that, like supplementing that, or is it?
It's a choice. I believe it's a choice. So you can, if you have a prescription drug plan and they say that your copayment is going to be $12, and you can say, here's my state card, is the price any better? And then you would choose. So it wouldn't necessarily go on, if you paid with the card, if you paid the price from the card, it wouldn't, I don't think it would affect, it wouldn't be involved in your premium, in your prescription drug plan. It's a separate thing.
Okay, but then this also will
Further
cost some
question,
money.
you may inquire.
Yeah. Just to clarify, so this also will cost some money to the consumer, right, to have this card?
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't cost any money to have the card. It only costs money of whatever price you would pay for the drug using the card.
Okay.
No, the card would be free. Oh, I should also point out, and I did hear this from folks in AARP, New Hampshire, is that they'd be very interested in spreading the word about the program, about this program. And we have a lot of members and a lot of reach in the
Well-
state, and we think this is a good idea.
Since United Healthcare stopped selling the AARP plan, maybe you guys should be offering this card program.
Don't get me started on United Healthcare, sir.
I'm just saying.
I don't want to hear about that. I'm an AARP volunteer. I am not involved in the other side of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one card left. Donald Chris. From Concord.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, thank you. I'm Donald Crease of 292 Pleasant Street here in Concord, here today testifying in favor of Senate Bill 647. If my face is familiar to any of you, it's because in my day job, I'm a semi-obscure state official, but I'm here today testifying in my most important capacity, Dad. Specifically, the dad of an awesome 24-year-old daughter who is living and thriving despite having been born with a serious and life-shortening chronic illness known as cystic fibrosis. I have only one fact to lay on you today, and it is a dollar number, $340,007.63. That, according to my state employee drug plan, administered by Express Scripts, is what my daughter's prescription drugs have cost over the past 12 months. For reference, that is 3 times my annual salary as a state employee. We have brought cystic fibrosis to its knees, but the drugs it takes to do that are expensive, outrageously so. In 2024, the most expensive medication on a per-patient basis covered in the state employee health plan was the cystic fibrosis drug Trikafta, costing well over $300,000 a year. I know that because I read it in the very last annual report prepared by the state's Prescription Drug Affordability Board, issued before the general court and the governor made the mistake of abolishing the PDAB last year. Now, an edgy comment like that, I saw Chairman Hunt's face, might not endear me to you, but this is an emotional topic for me. My family and I have great state employee health benefits, and I thank all of you for making that possible. But what I worry about is what happens to my little girl who is proud and ambitious, but in a year and a half will not be eligible anymore for my state employee health plan. Now, having abolished the PDAB, passing Senate Bill 647 is literally the least you can do, since it embraces one of the key recommendations of the PDAB to have New Hampshire join the Array RX prescription drug discount program you've been hearing about. Now, truth to tell, it would do very little for my fully insured family, but I want it there if my daughter ever finds herself uninsured, underinsured, or stuck with a plan that features high deductibles. And I want it there for families who are not as lucky as my family is. Once upon a time, I was a carefree and completely healthy fellow. But then I became a father, and then chronic illness snuck up behind me, tapped me on the shoulder, and said, turn around and follow. That is overwhelming enough without the added struggle of not being able to afford the drugs that your kid needs. Array RX, as you've heard, is respectful of patient privacy. It supports rural and independent pharmacies, and it even throws off a little revenue to the state that we can use to do other stuff to address the healthcare affordability crisis. And, you know, I was interested in listening to Commissioner Betancourt's testimony. He asked an interesting question. Do you want another player? And I think you do want another player. I'm an attorney by training, and I see principal agent problems everywhere I go. The question is, as you struggle your way through the prescription drug affordability maze, who do you want to be your trusted agent? Well, I think Array RX, as I've heard about it today, from our friends in Connecticut and from our friends at New Futures, that's a pretty good trusted agent for consumers. And so I think it is an excellent program. And as the commissioner pointed out, the bill merely authorizes the insurance department to move forward with that. As such, Senate Bill 647 is a small step, but a welcome and necessary one. So please press the green button for ought to pass. That's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Having no more cards,
Amen.
close the public hearing.
you want to come? Let me know.